Hello, hello YouTube. I'm so sorry for the technical difficulties we're having right now. Bear with me. I am in the process of getting it fixed. Okay, camera, why are you struggling? Webcam. Okay, I'm on webcam. There we go. Okay, we have camera. All right, are we okay now? We're looking okay now. Also, yes, my makeup is on fleek. There we go. Okie dokie. Everything should be working fine now. We are okay. Everything is okay. Whatever it was freaking stuff out before seems to have stopped freaking stuff out, which means my PC seems to be okay. All right. Welcome, everybody. I am so sorry for the huge delays and all the technical difficulties, but welcome to the Trans Network Voice Modification Workshop, the Trans Voice Workshop, the Gender Affirming Voice Workshop, whatever you want to call it. Sick. Okay, let's get into it. Also, by the way, guys, today is the day after my birthday. I turned 28 yesterday, so celebrations for me in the chats.
Happy birthday!
Yeah, congratulations.
Thank you. So yeah, let's get into it. Okay, so firstly, some workshop rules and etiquette. This is specifically for reference to the people in the Discord servers. Okay, so firstly, be respectful of your learning environment. We have a lot of people here, and I want to make sure that everybody is learning. So make sure that we are keeping interruptions to a minimum. And not straying off into some crazy thing. Be respectful of fellow attendees. I do not want anybody criticizing anybody's voice in a non-constructive manner. If you're not sure, leave it to me. That's why I'm here for. We've never had anyone yet that has been an issue with that, but just in case, I like to say it. It's totally fine to say like, oh, this specific thing, maybe you can improve on. It's not fine to say like, oh, your voice sucks or something like that. Cool. And also make sure we're staying on topic. So there are going to be various moments when I ask the audience to participate. So just when we do have those moments, please make sure that we are staying on topic. I don't want any rants about what Lego you've just bought or what's happening in League of Legends right now. We're staying on topic and we're trying to have some good learning going on. And at the end, we are going to have an open forum section. What that means is I will take volunteers from the audience and I will just work one-on-one with that audience member with whatever voice thing it is that they're needing help with. The workshop has no specific end time. It's just a matter of once we get through everybody that wants feedback, once we get through all those people, then the workshop is finished. Usually we go for about 3 hours, but we do have a lot more people than we usually do. So it could go on a bit longer. I think the longest was like 4.5 hours. So yeah. Okay, any questions in the text? Oh, I do ask if people could stay muted until I say otherwise. There will be parts where you can't unmute and participate. It just means that I can moderate things a bit better and stay on top of things a bit better. Okay, not seeing any questions, so let's continue onwards. Okay, so firstly, who am I? What's going on here? My name is Zara, pleased to meet you. I've been working on my own voice, or I worked on my own voice for about a year. So it was like 8 months to develop the voice that you're hearing right now. And then another 2 months of, like, there's a gap here, but like 8 months of developing my voice as you hear it right now. And then I just continued with that for a bit. And then once I went full time in terms of presenting myself as female, I started using my voice full time as well. And that was like 2 months before it became second nature. So now at this stage in my life, I don't think about it at all. This is like a year and a half later or something. So yeah, cool. What am I not? This is really important. I'm not a medical professional. I cannot treat you for anything medical. I am not your doctor. The closest we ever get is if I hear like something in your voice that makes me think that could be related to something medical, I might ask you to speak to your doctor. That doesn't mean you have it. It doesn't mean you're being diagnosed. Nothing. It's just maybe you should have a conversation with your doctor about this because I can't give you more info ethically. So yeah. Cool. Any questions about that? Because that's quite important. I see no typing, so I assume that's all fine. Cool. What was the other thing I wanted to mention? Oh, yes. I'm also... I am a member of these various servers, just like all of you. I'm not in association with the staff. I am not like... I don't work for them. They don't work for me. I'm just an independent person doing my thing. So sort of my teachings don't necessarily reflect the teachings of server admins, I suppose. Cool. Okie dokie. So let's talk a little bit about how the voice works. First, we'll go over some maintaining of vocal health, because that's quite important. So I told all of you to drink a pint of water before coming. The reason for that is it's really important with our voice that we're staying hydrated. Yeah, it's really important we stay hydrated. You'll see throughout this workshop, this is a 2-litre bottle. I will almost certainly finish it by the end of the workshop and maybe even get a top up. Staying hydrated is really important because we have very delicate instruments in our vocal tract. Your vocal folds are very small, just small little ligaments. And they're going to be moving very, very fast. So they need plenty of hydration to maintain all of that. Good hydration also helps you to be a bit more flexible in your vocal tract. Things will move more easily and you're going to be less prone to injury when you've been properly hydrated. So yeah, make sure you're drinking plenty. I would say a good amount is like 2 to 2.5 litres a day. For girlies on spironolactone, you're going to need a bit more because that is a diuretic. So you're going to be losing a lot of that water. You need to replenish it. What else we got? So keeping relaxed, that's also really important for voice training. The reason that keeping relaxed is so important is we really don't want any strain or like physical difficulty in our voices. What I'm doing right now is no more difficult than using my mask voice. I'm just changing it. I'm not adding effort, if that makes sense. Yeah, this is no more physical difficult than anything else I could do. It's just like how happy is no more difficult than birthday. They're just words. And this is just a configuration. It's not more or less effort. So make sure you keep things relaxed. It'll help you with staying flexible. It'll help you with making sure that you are doing everything correctly. And yeah, it's just generally good for you. Warm-ups. Warm-ups are really important. We'll go over those in more detail later because we'll be doing some semi-occluded vocal tract exercises. It's a fancy word. Don't worry about it. I'll explain it later. Warm-ups are good because they increase blood flow to the area. Blood flow provides everything that the vocal tract needs. It also helps things to move much more easily. It helps keep them flexible, helps keep them supple. Obviously, increasing the blood flow to any region of your body is always going to improve that area's health. And yeah, it's very good for you. Also, warm-ups are going to be useful if you suffer from morning voice. Warm-ups are a really good way to just get rid of that morning voice really quickly. More detail on that in the future. Lastly, make sure you're having fun with this. And this is like way more important than most things where you're told to just, oh, have fun with it. When we're working on voice, especially as trans people, it can be really like a huge struggle can be dealing with things like dysphoria, the brainworms of like, is my voice femme enough? The like hyper like tunneling in on a specific aspect and trying to force things. All of these things are going to be problems for you. So if you try to treat this as just having a bit of fun, doing some silly things with your voice, it's going to be much easier to deal with the dysphoria things and you're going to learn much faster. Also, just generally, the best way to learn voice is by exploring what your voice can do. So exploration and playing with your voice and having some fun, is just you're going to learn so much faster with it. And you're going to be more likely to do practices and all that sort of stuff. So things to avoid. These first ones really don't matter that much, okay? So spicy foods. Spicy foods contains a molecule called capsaicin. That's what is providing the spice sensation. Capsaicin is a very mild irritant and will irritate the vocal tract just a little bit. Super not a big deal. Just don't do it like right before some voice training. Yeah, you can have as much spicy food as you want, but if you're about to do some voice training, lay off because you don't want yourself to be irritated. Caffeine is also a very, very mild irritant and will irritate your vocal folds just a tiny little bit. The main thing though is it's a diuretic. It will dehydrate you. We've already talked about how hydration is quite important. So caffeine, avoid that right before doing your voice work because you don't want to be dehydrated. Sugar dehydrates you. Same situation as coffee. Smoking, vaping is obviously bad. You all know it's bad, which is why I don't spend a ton of time on it. I don't want to like bully you over it. People can feminize their voices and masculinize and androgynize their voices as even heavy smokers. It just makes it more difficult. Smoking obviously damages your vocal tract. So just keep in mind, it ain't helping. Certainly don't have a cigarette and don't do any vaping right before doing your voice work. It's just not going to help you. If this is a motivation to quit, that's obviously going to help you all over your life. So yeah, just consider it. Dairy is a weird one. Dairy will just increase mucus production. Mucus production is important, and part of staying hydrated is making sure that your mucus production is in a proper level. The problem with dairy is it will just make you overproduce. And excuse me. You're hearing me clear my throat a lot because my mucus production is a bit off because I'm not properly hydrated. Do as I say, not as I do. But yeah, so make sure that we are... Oh, yeah, dairy. Dairy will just make you overproduce mucus. That's it. So you're going to be clearing your throat a lot more and the mucus is just going to be like annoying to deal with. Again, like this is probably the one I care about least on the list. A pint of milk right now, not such a great idea and might be a bit annoying for you. What do you do the rest of the day is up to you. Cool. So apart from the smoking and vaping, those ones I really don't care about that much. The next ones I care about a bit more. So any strain in your voice, any sensation of discomfort or pain, especially pain, or any tension, these are all bad signs. They're never going to lead you to the sounds you want. Nothing should ever feel tense or physically difficult. If you're experiencing a sharp pain, you are almost certainly doing some damage to your vocal tract. It's probably not major damage. It's not going to be a big deal, but it is going to mean that you need to take a day or two off, which is annoying and disrupts your practice routine. So avoid anything. Listen to your body. If it hurts, if it's uncomfortable, if you're just squeezing something a lot, you're doing something wrong. And it's never going to lead you to the results you want it to do. Because all those things as well are going to change the sounds being produced. And they're not the sounds that you're wanting to produce anyway. So avoid those things. They're never what you want. Specifically with the stabbing pain, if you're feeling like a sharp stabbing pain, you are doing damage. If you were to keep pushing through that pain and keep causing more damage, eventually you can cause some scar tissue to build. You can form vocal nodes. If you do form vocal nodes, they have to be removed surgically. So listen to your body and just, listen to it. It knows what's up. Even that bit, super not totally insane. If you do a little bit of damage, it's not a big deal. You just take a couple of days off and you're fine. I just want to make sure that everybody understands that, like, never try to push through the pain or never think that, this isn't great, but like, if I persist, it'll be all right. Like, no, persisting will make it worse. If the throat feels sore, that's usually a sign that it's recovering from some damage. Could be that you're ill. If you're ill, take some time off. Any soreness, any discomfort, any of those sorts of things are bad signs. I don't mind vocal fatigue too much, but even with vocal fatigue, like, take a day off to recover, is basically the takeaway of all of these things. Any questions on vocal health stuff? This is so cool. We have so many people here today. I love it. Sour stuff. So sour stuff is just acidity. It shouldn't affect you too much. It might increase your mucus production a bit. It will have you producing a lot of saliva though. It will dehydrate you a bit, so keep that in mind. And it will have you producing a lot of saliva. The saliva might just be annoying to deal with. But yeah, so it depends on you and how that works with you. If you're producing a lot of saliva and that's like a problem for you, then maybe avoid the sour thing. Warm teas are pretty good. Try to go for something that isn't caffeinated. But for warm tea, just it being like a warm liquid will warm up the vocal tract, which, as we've gone over, warm-ups are good, and that's going to be part of that as well. Oh, another thing with warm-ups as well, a totally separate thing. I don't go through it in this workshop, but you can just look it up on YouTube. There is something called a laryngeal massage, or you could probably find it if you just typed in larynx massage, and that can be a good way to warm stuff up as well. You got here late, don't worry, you're like pretty much at the start. If anybody does arrive late, by the way, my best advice is head over to the YouTube, youtube.com/@trans_network, rewind it to the start, or rewind it to when the workshop starts, because obviously we had technical issues earlier, and then put it on like 1.25 or 1.5 speed so that you can eventually catch up to us. But Eldritch, you haven't missed much, so don't worry. Maybe rewatch this section, but that'll do you. Fab. Okay. Not seeing any other questions. I see one person typing. We'll wait for their question. Is matcha good or okay for the vocal, for the throat/vocal cords? Matcha's totally fine. That should be fine. Like matcha does have some caffeine, but as I understand it, it's relatively low in caffeine. I mean, tea, as it is lower in caffeine compared to like coffee. I think it's about a quarter for caffeine in tea. And I think matcha is a little bit low in caffeine relative to most teas. So, sugar is listed. You've seen honey is fine since it's a remedy, right? So honey would be exactly the same as sugar in this context. Honey is the reason it is a remedy in certain contexts is because of the sugar. It will, like, bacteria and stuff can't survive in honey because it's so high in sugar, it dries out the bacteria. So some people use it as a remedy for like being ill because it's almost like cleansing the vocal tract. In fact, it's not going to cleanse the vocal tract unless you're like choking on it, because that's obviously the other hole. It'd be cleansing the esophagus. Is eating cheese before vocal training a no-go? Just don't eat much. I was going to say, like, or as I have said, those ones at the top, really not a huge deal. I would say avoid them right before voice training, but like they're not a huge deal. If you want a bit of cheese, have a bit of cheese. Just don't go nuts. I don't want active... What are you doing? Discord, stop doing pop-ups. You've had manual therapy before. It's nice. Your neck feels sore, but then super loose. Yeah. Laryngeal massages feel very nice. I highly recommend them. Okay, let's continue going then. So, how does your voice actually work? What's going on? How does talking happen? So, that little diagram there is called the power source filter model. It's a very basic model, a little bit oversimplified, but for our purposes, it'll do totally fine. The idea is essentially, I want you to imagine your lungs and the air in your lungs as the sort of fuel, the power for your voice, okay? So as you breathe in, and then you breathe out, okay? You breathe out, the air starts going up through your trachea into your larynx, okay? The larynx is like a big box of cartilage. Your vocal folds are inside of it. Some people call this the voice box. If you've heard that term before, that's the larynx, okay? So the air goes up into your larynx, which we then call the source, okay, because that's where sound is applied. As it pushes through, the air will push through your vocal folds, okay, and they will open and close really freaking quickly, like super, super quickly, which will start applying sound to the air, okay? Because it will chop it up and it will get the air vibrating as it continues up your vocal tract, okay? So now we have that vibrating air, okay? It's continuing up through the rest of your vocal tract. It's entering the back of your throat and your mouth and your nose, okay? Now we call this the filter, all right? Because we're going to warp that sound to make different words, to make like different things that humans do. We can make it more nasally. We can make it into vowels and letters and phonemes and all of that. We can make it into basically all the sounds that a person can produce. That's all happening at that filter stage, okay? We're talking your oral cavity and your nasal cavity, and I suppose also your pharynx. Cool. If you want like a rough model of this, you can see that little GIF there. There's the air coming up, okay? That's that power. We have them intersecting with the vocal folds, the source, okay? And now we have these waves coming out, all right? And those waves are bouncing around the vocal tract and resonating about, and then being propelled out of the mouth as words. Does that make sense to everybody? In terms of how this functions. It's just a rough model, but it'll do for our purposes. Yeah? Cool. Okie dokie. So, how does any of this apply to us? Testosterone. Testosterone, or going through testosterone puberty, your vocal tract will androgynize. What this means is your vocal folds themselves are going to start to thicken, okay? There's going to be more mass on those vocal folds. The vocal folds are also going to lengthen a bit, and the larynx itself is going to grow and lengthen. That's why when your vocal tract androgenizes, you get that Adam's apple thing going on, okay? That AMABs typically have. That's that larynx getting bigger and pushing out, because everybody has an Adam's apple, whether you're like any human has that. But for AFABs, it's smaller, it's further in, so you don't notice it from the outside as much. Cool. What do these things do? So the vocal fold thickening, you can see those vocal folds there. They're like closing and opening and closing really, really quick. Okay. That vocal fold thickening is going to mean that when they close, they stay closed for a bit longer. Okay. And when they close, more of it closes. Okay. Because to say close, open, close, open, close, open is a little, is a little oversimplified. Actually, we don't usually have a full closure. We just have it closing a bunch. There's also like different patterns and stuff and different ways it can close. So like for normal talking, like what I'm doing right now, it's kind of going in like a Mexican wave, okay? As it sort of flaps in the wind. And that's how they open and close in this sort of kind of emotion. I guess this kind of emotion. But yeah, so that's what's going on with that. So that thickening is going to add a bit of buzziness to your voice as the vocal folds spend more time closed and close more because of that extra mass. It's going to add a bit of buzziness to your voice. Some people call this perceptual vocal weight because it sounds heavier. Another term for this would be a close quotient, because if we're thinking of like a maths term of quotient, the quotient of closure is going to be higher but closed more. Yeah, so it's a more closed quotient. Hopefully that makes sense. This sounds like this. So if I start increasing my closed quotient, or if I increase that buzziness, now you can hear, there's a buzziness to my voice right now. It might sound a little bit louder, but I can get as quiet as I can reasonably get. It's still going to sound a little bit louder because we perceive it as a little bit louder. You can also hear that buzziness going on with it. This is a closed quotient, a thickening of the vocal folds. All right. Whereas this right now is it before I had any of that going on. Okay. The vocal fold lengthening, all that's going to do is increase the depth of pitch that you can go down. So you can go to lower pitches by having longer vocal folds. You all know what pitch is. It can go lower. This one, I will say, not super important. The reason being that as people talk, their pitch moves all the time. This is like a dynamic thing. The pitch is constantly shifting around. So because of that, people don't tend to gender it very strongly. Even though there is an anatomical difference, because we just, as people, as we communicate, move our pitch around a lot, the pitch itself becomes much less of a gendered aspect. Lastly, the larynx lengthening. What that's going to do is... Here's my ukulele, okay? So imagine we have a sound bouncing around my ukulele, okay? So it's bouncing around, okay? That sound will take on the shape of the chamber that it's in, okay? So if I now increase the size of that larynx, okay? Now it's going to sound like this. You can hear it's much darker. It's a very different kind of a sound. So these are the two things that are happening. These are the three things that are happening as a result of androgenization. In terms of our own vocal tract, it'll kind of make it sound a bit more like this. So this is me adding a ton of lengthening to my larynx, okay? Which is now producing this different sound. If I then change it again and remove that testosterone exposure, now I'm going to sound more like this, okay? So the main things that are being applied is our vocal folds are thickening up a bit and we're producing a sound a bit more like this. The vocal fold is lengthening, allowing for a lower pitch, allowing for a lower pitch like this, okay? And then if I was to lengthen that larynx a bit, now we're sounding more like this, which is more typically masculine, okay? So those are the things that we're either trying to emulate if we're masculizing, or we're trying to emulate having not have happened if we're feminizing, okay? So how the heck do we do all of that? All right, let's start off with some warm-ups and then we'll get into stuff. So for my brand new students, if you're brand new to voice work yourself, I recommend starting with Softies. These are semi-occluded vocal tract exercises. I know it's a big scary word. Don't worry about it. It's not as scary as it sounds. Essentially, all it means, semi-occluded, means a partial closure, okay? It's just partly closed. Vocal tract, you know what that is. Exercise, okay? So we're doing an exercise where something is going to be partially closed, all right? Specifically, we're meaning the front of a vocal tract, all right? The reason we do these is, I talked earlier about that power source filter model, where the air is pushing through your vocal folds, okay? You can imagine that's a lot of air pressure that your vocal folds are under, okay? That's all of that air pushing through your vocal folds and forcing them open and close and open and close and open and close, etc. So if we were to close off, we call that subglottal pressure, by the way. It's just pressure that is below the glottis, below where the vocal folds are, okay? The glottis is just the gap in between the vocal folds. Okay, so subglottal pressure, all right? We can counter this pressure, we can reduce it by creating a blockage somewhere at the front of the vocal tract. By producing that blockage, we then have air pressure pushing back again, okay? Cancelling out some of that subglottal pressure, okay? So we have a supraglottal pressure, supra means above, supraglottal pressure, cancelling out some of that subglottal pressure, meaning that your vocal folds are under less pressure in the end. Does that make sense? So we can do a partial closure to counteract some of the pressure pushing up, all right? Now the benefit of that is now that your vocal folds are under less pressure, we can, when we now do some stretches and some working out with it, it's under less pressure, you're more able to stretch out, and it's safer for them to stretch out, okay? So that's the purpose of our semi-occluded vocal tract exercises. All right, so how the heck do we do them? All we're doing is we're thinking about what can we do to produce maximal pressure up here in the vocal tract, okay? We do this by doing different things with our mouths, where we're going to be closing it in some manner. A very popular one that is accessible to most people is going to be the lip trill. This is also called a bilabial trill, because it's bilabial for two lips. That's it. It just means two lip trill. We could also have tongue trills. There's also, I don't have a full list here. The letter V or you can do like blowing raspberries. Those are all really good ones. The best one is called a straw phonation or a bubble phonation. I've also heard it called water resistance exercise. The idea is essentially you get a straw and a container of water. I would recommend a bottle. If you do a cup, you're going to splash everywhere. You want to dunk your straw in probably about that much, but you can change that as you go. You just want it in enough that you feel some pressure pushing back, but it's not so much that it's like physically difficult to do. Okay? And then you just blow into your straw, blow some bubbles, and make some sound through that. So I'm just going into the straw. Okay? So, for bubble phonations, the reason that they're the best is because they produce the maximal supraglottal pressure. Nothing produces more pressure than doing those bubble phonations. However, bubble phonations are annoying. You need a bottle of water, you need a straw, you're going to make a mess. It's annoying. So if you have access to doing bubble phonations, I would always recommend doing those. If not, though, just do a tongue trill or a lip trill, sorry. Lip trill is going to be the most accessible for most people. Just one of the other ones we've talked about, essentially. Any of those you can do anytime, wherever you are. All you need is you. So I usually recommend those because I want you actually sticking to your practice. As much as bubble phonations are great, if I told you to do those all the time, you'll not practice. You'll just not do them. So stick with something that you know that you will actually do. So how do we actually do these? So with that comfy pressure, okay, that reduced pressure on the vocal folds, we're going to give them a bit of a stretch out, okay? The way we're going to do that is we're just going to be moving our pitch up and down. We'll start with a smaller movement somewhere around the center, and we'll go further and further and further out, both low and high, until eventually we reach our max pitch range, okay? That'll sound something like this. And so on and so forth, okay? So what we'll all do together is let's all do a lip trill, okay? We'll just do the one unmuted, and then you can do the rest of them muted, okay? So if everybody that wants to participate wants to unmute, and we can all have a go together. So I'm going to do it, and then you guys are all going to copy me, okay? 3, 2, 1.
I'm the only one.
Very nice, very nice. Fab. Okay, everybody mute again. That's perfect. Well done, well done. So a couple of things to watch out for. Some things I heard. Make sure it's not... You can hear there was no pitch movement because you weren't phonating there. You were just sort of breathing. It was like going... Yeah? So make sure we do have phonation there. We do have some sound. Okay? Make sure we're muted again, everybody now. If you've got questions, ask them in the text. Okay, so that is your lip trill. So now everybody muted. Follow along with me, and we're going to do a full load of them to get to the max pitch range. So... Oh, my sound settings are messing stuff. You're right. I totally forgot about changing that. For the future of this workshop, by the way, if anybody does want to hop in for part of the demonstration bits, when I ask you guys to unmute, make sure you first go into your voice and video settings. you want to set your input sensitivity to manual and all the way to the left. And then your noise suppression, you want to turn it off. It will be set to none. So let me just do that in all the different Discords. Not push dog, voice and video, and input sensitivity, and noise suppression, perfect. And the same thing over in Rainbow Library. Voice and video. Boo. Where's voice and video? What the heck? There it is. Voice and video. Oh my gosh. My Discord is freaking out. Voice and video. Thank you. Input sensitivity set to manual all the way to the left, so it says -100 decibels, and then turn off your crisp noise cancellation. Okay, perfect. So again, it'll sound like this. We'll just keep going, and then you'll be able to hear the rest of them. The camera's died. No, that will fix in the next few minutes. And then max range. Okay, and then the last thing I like to do once I hit my max range is we do a little pitch siren. So we'll go up to the top. And then the same thing going down. Okay, and that is your softies, all right? Any questions about those? Hello, Greg. Thank you for joining us on YouTube. Welcome to the Trans Voice Workshop. You think you're doing something wrong. Your lip trills stop trilling when you reach a high pitch. You think you're not adding extra pressure, but you may be doing that nonetheless. What could be other explanations? So as in, okay, when you say the lip trills stop trilling, do you mean that the sound cuts out? Or do you mean that that your lips stop moving? The vibration stops, like your lips stop moving. Yeah, I mean, that's probably going to be an issue of your air pressure. You either have too much or not enough pressure. Something that can help is if you apply a little bit of pressure to your cheeks. When my camera is back on, I will show you that properly. Apply a little bit of pressure on your cheeks and then do the trill again. The difference for applying that pressure onto your cheeks means that your mouth is it's smaller, which means you can generate more air pressure with less air. Okay, camera is coming back on in just a moment. Where you ending up in your falsetto range by the end? Yes, yeah, by all means, go all the way into your falsetto. The proper word for that, by the way, is M2. Falsetto is technically a singing term, and so includes a bunch of stylistic stuff. But the term for when we just are in like, when I'm here right now, this is me using M2, and this is me using M1 as normal talking. So if you hear me saying M2 in the future of this workshop, that's what I'm referring to. Or if you hear me speaking M1, I'm referring to this, me talking right now. Okay, camera shouldn't go off again. I've plugged in the charger. I forgot to do that. Boo. To answer Beth's question, glottal force wouldn't really make sense. Glottal force would imply subglottal pressure. And subglottal pressure is the thing that modulates volume, like loudness. Open quotient versus closed quotient is a distinguisher of how much time your vocal folds spend in their most closed position. If they are spending very little time in their most closed position, then it's an open quotient. If they're spending a lot of time in their, or like proportionally more time in their most closed position, then you're going to have a more closed quotient. Arkura, hi, thank you for joining us. Welcome to our Trans Voice workshop. By all means, by the way, people in the YouTube chat, do ask me any questions as you go, or as we go, I should say. Okie dokie. All right. Any other questions? I see some typing. I'll wait for that typing. In terms of your, okay, people that are brand new to doing voice training, I would like you to start on the softies. For all my students, I start them on at least a week of softies. I have 2 week gaps in between my lessons, so really it's 2 weeks. But I would say if you guys start with at least a week of just doing softies. And I want you doing these several times a day, like minimum 3 times a day. Minimum 3 times a day. And it can just be for as short as we've just done them for. So a couple of minutes, 3 times a day. That's like 6 minutes of your life. That will be really beneficial to you. You feel like you're doing something wrong. Well, I'll need a more specific statement than that to be able to help you. By the way, if you're struggling with lip trills and all of that, the bubble phonations are also the easiest thing to do. So have a play with your bubble phonations to get used to like how this feels. Obviously, you do need a straw and you do need some water. Keep in mind, if you do them, you're going to make a mess. Maybe grab a towel. You will make a mess. It will always happen. We're waiting for typing. I'm absolutely getting through that water way too fast. You can't hear the high and low lip trills from me or from you. If your sound is cutting out, then again, that's going to be an issue of your pressure. You're probably not putting it, your phonation is cutting out, okay? What's my best way to advise on that? I would say have a play around with it. So to some extent, just have a play around with it. Lip trills are especially good because you can only do them, like, it will only work if you do them the right way. If everything is sounding like mine, then you're doing it right. It's very easy to know if you're doing it right or wrong because the trill will stop in some way. So have just a play around with it and see if you can change that. Like have a play with intentionally making it cut out and making it turn on again. Also have a play with your bubble phonations because they will really help you help teach you how to properly move your pitch up and down in a safe manner. For new people, I do recommend the bubble phonations. They are really useful. Cool. Any other questions? Yeah, you're new. Have a go with the bubble phonations. See how you do with those. How many times should there be how much time should there be in between trills during the day? Just have them roughly equally spaced apart. So like do some in the morning, do some midday, do some in the evening. There isn't like, if you're trying to do like more, just have it evenly spaced. Would be the best way. Okie dokie. Oh, I see lots of typing. Grabbing more water? Yeah, no worries. I see typing. This is going to be a long question, it looks like. In fact, actually, while I'm waiting for typing, let's do some plugs. I am your host, Zara, as you know. My server is Transnetwork. If you click on, so I have like a bunch of different profiles in each of the different servers so that I can have all of these open at the same time. So whichever it is that is hosting for you, whether it's Zara's 1.4, Zara's 1.2, whatever. If you click on that user, you will be able to get a link to my YouTube, and you'll be able to get a link to my Discord. I do host lessons in the Discord, so if you're wanting lessons, you can get them over there. I do public ones. They have to be during set times, but those are for free. And I do private ones that can be in any time, which are £20 for a 55-minute lesson. So pretty cheap, I would say. Yeah. What else we got? Oh, we've got the Ko-fi. If you'd like to support these workshops, they're fully funded by the people that donate over at Ko-fi. You can either make donations or you can subscribe at one of the tiers. The subscriptions are what fuel these workshops. They're how they're able to come to you. In fact, me adding like other things to my setup are entirely because of the people that have supported over at Ko-fi. So like Rainbow Library and Diamond Server, you're here because people donated and made that happen. Because I had to pay for the tech to increase the amount of servers I could have on at the same time. So yeah, all of that is like super, super useful. And also like the more people that we have donating in tiers of the Ko-fi, the longer I can keep the prices down on lessons. Because obviously I want to keep those as low as possible so that people can afford them. How do you know if you're switching between M1 and M2? Can you feel the difference? So there'll always be a audible change. It can be very subtle if you get good at it. But there will always be a slight switch that you will hear. But also, you'll know if you're in M2 because the sound will be totally different, okay? So I'm in M1 right now. It sounds like normal talking. If I go to M2, it sounds completely different. There's no world where you're going to get confused and think that this is M1 because it sounds completely different. It's got that sort of ephemeral thing going on to it. It's got that airiness. It sounds totally different. So that weird ephemeral sound means you're in M2. If I was to trill up, listen really carefully, you will hear a break. Okay, there was a moment I did the break back and forth as I was going up a little bit, so you could hear it like, yeah, those are all breaks between M1 and M2, all right? As you get better at it though, you can reduce those breaks to be barely noticeable. Is it like yodel? Yeah, yodels are breaks. The singing term for it is called a passaggio. That's the break between M1 and M2. And yodeling is just doing a whole bunch of passagios. So yeah, yodel is literally, yes, it's what it is. That's how you yodel. Fab, any other questions about softies? If not, we'll move on. Also, please do make sure that you are asking questions. The people that have asked questions so far, you're wonderful, and that's the sort of shit I'm wanting. So make sure, like, never get left behind. Make sure you're asking questions so that I know that you know what's up. If there's something that you're thinking about, that you're just not sure whether to ask, there's probably somebody else thinking the same thing that isn't asking. So make sure you ask your question. You're helping me, you're helping all of our audience members. Questions are goated. We love people that ask questions. Also, if you pay attention to the people that ask the most questions, keep an eye on them in a few months. I guarantee they're going to be the fastest people to improve their voice because everyone's actively participating. So definitely ask your questions. How many times a day? How many times should you do it per day? I would say minimum of 3 times a day. So for brand new people, softies, minimum of 3 times a day for like about a week before moving on to the next section. Yeah, no such thing as a stupid question. Exactly. It's you've been told this at school. Everybody's heard these like little like one-liners and stuff before. Ask your questions. I need those questions. They're really important. And occasionally I forget to mention things because like I do these every single week. So just occasionally I'm going to forget to mention something. And your questions are like ways to remind me to say stuff. So. So how do you know what you sound like to others? Well, the lip trills aren't like, the lip trills aren't going to change the gendering of your voice in any way whatsoever. All the lip trills are going to do is they're going to promote some really good vocal health by increasing that blood flow and by helping you to loosen things up. It's going to, it's going to teach you to move your pitch in a safe way. It's going to improve your vocal tract health in general. And it's going to start building a good habit for you in terms of practice routine, which you can then take as you move on to the other elements of trans voice when we actually start changing how things sound. As a general thing, how do you know what you sound like to others? Make a recording. Make a recording, listen back to it. Also, just listen to your voice actively. There is obviously a slight difference between how your voice sounds to other people and how it sounds to you. This is because as your voice moves, or as the sound reverberates through your skull, it brightens the sound a little bit. So things are going to sound a little bit brighter to you than they actually are. You can use live feedback microphones. So like the Blue Yeti microphone, you can plug earphones into it. So you can listen to yourself back. Also, OBS allows you to do that. So you can use that if you want to. Just download OBS, it's free. And if you play around in your mic settings, there's a thing where you can have it play back through your speakers. You can play with that. There's also a thing of, if I get my ears out, if you just like bend your ears forward a little bit, or you can even like cup around them, that's going to increase like the sort of satellite dish of your ears, and it's going to help you hear a bit more accurately. But to be honest, like generally just listening to your voice is going to be fine, because even if you're hearing things slightly brighter, you're consistently hearing things slightly brighter. So any movement in your voice, you still hear that movement. It's just brightened up a little bit. Okay. So whenever like you falter in your practice and like something slips, you'll still hear it slip. So it's totally fine. For most people, I would say just listening to your voice in the ordinary way is completely fine. I would always say make recordings though. Make recordings in general, because like this is a slow process, like everything with transition. This is a slow process. It's going to take you months or maybe years. So have a bank of recordings so that you can see your progress. Sometimes things can feel really demotivating because it takes a long time, kind of like HRT. So just having those little progress recordings, it just helps remind you of how much you've accomplished. So 100% do that. Also, yeah, when you hear your recording for the first time, you'll hate it, because everybody does. It's just a thing. Don't worry about it. Fab. Okay, any last questions? I see a question being typed, so we'll wait for that to come through. while they're typing, is there anything else I should be plugging? We've mentioned the Discord. We've mentioned the Ko-fi. Ko-fi is really important. Oh, I should say what it is. I mean, it's below you, but ko-fi.com/transnetwork. Transnetwork on Ko-fi. We do have some different events we're going to be doing soon. There is so many things in the works. I will really soon be doing like some D&D stuff over there. The idea being D&D voice training. I'm hoping to do a. I need to set a lot up. I've never DM'd anything before, and I've only played like a few campaigns of D&D. So like I'm very much not an expert, but I'm gonna try to DM something for you guys somewhere towards the end of the month, which will be just for everybody, and then just as like a practice for me. And then in the future, it'll be for the people over in the Ko-fi as a sort of practice thing. So the idea is we'll all be playing D&D together, and whenever you're talking in your in the current state of your modified voice, like in your current best attempt. And I don't know how much feedback I'll be able to give during those. If I can, I will give some. But obviously there's going to be a lot for me to pay attention to. So we'll see how that goes. For people that are interested in that, make sure you head over to my Discord. Because that will be where I host the free one that I do. And then the Ko-fi is going to be the main place for that. For future ones. Just one happening at the end of the month for our server. If you're trying to make your change between M1 and M2 as seamless as possible using lip trills, which is a good way to transfer the lip trill into speech? Kind of like you using M2 to yell instead of making your vocal weight heavier to sound louder. If you're wanting to use a lip trill to play around with your like vibratory mechanisms, that's what the M1, M2, so on are called. I mean, you could just go like, let's say we're trying to go from M1 to M2 using a lip trill, and then we're trying to turn that into some phonation. We could just go. If you just open your mouth, you're going to be already phonating. We're already like talking, we're phonating as we do the lip trill. So just open your mouth and you'll be making an R sound. Remember though, what we're learning here in the Softies isn't something to change your voice. We're just building some good vocal habits and some good vocal health. Nothing we're doing is teaching you to do a different thing with your voice. If you happen to want to use the lip trill like for a different thing than its original purpose, like if you're wanting to play with your vibratory mechanisms, then by all means do so. Just know that like when I set you the Softies as homework, it's not to change your voice. It's to teach you good vocal habits. It'll be the next thing we do, that is to change stuff. Cool. Okie dokie, and I think that's gotten through all the questions. We did it. Fab. All right, let's continue onwards then. I see no more typing. All right, so our first actual modification, okay? Perceptual weight or glottal quotient, okay? Now, I mentioned these earlier. Essentially, for vocal folds, they sort of open and close in this wave-like motion. Technically, this is the motion for M1. For M2, they kind of they go like really tight and taut, and they just make a really small hole when they open and close. Okay, that's how you make that like fluty kind of a sound that comes with M2. There's also like Fry Creek. Fry Creek, you'll have whatever it is that you're doing. Let's say you're doing that flowy thing. At the same time, there'll be like, this is going to be really difficult for me to show you with my hands. But like there'll be like little pops of sound, or like little pops of opening closure during that flowiness. My hands can't do that, but you get the idea. Just little pops of air pressure being released. That creates that Fry Creek. So when you're hearing those, like that's those little pops of air pressure. So your vocal folds can move around in different ways. They can also be doing it in different like individual rates. So like we could spend more time closed. So like we could be doing like that. Yeah, so we're closed for more than we're open. Or we could be open for more than we're closed. Yeah, and this is all going to change the sound, all right? I mentioned earlier having those thicker vocal folds are going to push you towards having a more closed quotient, okay? Because of that extra mass coming in and coming into that closure, all right? But we can just behaviorally counteract this, all right? So how do we actually do this, all right? We have a few different exercises here. A bunch of them are, there's one that's universal, and the others work for some people and don't work for others. We're going to pause really briefly because I need to pop to the toilet. I will be right back. Everybody be good. Stay muted. Don't, do any weird stuff. And I will be right back. Okay, so how do we play with our quotient, with our perceptual weight? Okay, absolutely not Talia. Yes, so we'll start off with the universal one. Okay, this is currently I've called this a pitch psi. I want a better name for it. If you come up with a better name, let me know. The idea is we're going to start off really buzzy at a lower pitch. We're going to slide all the way up. Okay. You can move into M2 for this bit if you want to. As you slide up, get to that lightness that comes with that higher pitch. If you're struggling to get that lightness, just go higher. If you're really struggling, let yourself go into M2 intentionally. You will get lighter, okay? As you move up there, we hold that lightness and we start moving back down again in pitch, down to whatever our target pitch is. So whatever pitch you want to be using in your voice, use that, okay? But slide down to that, but keep that lightness, keep that open quotient that comes from that higher pitch, okay? Is M2 just falsetto? M2 is what produces that like ephemeralness in falsetto. Falsetto is a singing term, so it has like some stylistic things involved. Essentially, M2 and falsetto are the same thing. But like technically there is a difference because there is also like just different things that come with singing that are in falsetto. Like it implies some different like operatic styles and shit. Cool, so what that's going to sound like to do, I'm going to do a demo one so you can get an idea of it. Just have a little listen, okay? So we're going to start off at a really low, we're going to start off at a really low pitch, and we're going to start off much buzzier, and we're going to slide up and try to shed some of that weight. Now I'm up here, and now I'm going to bring it back down, but hold that lightness. And now I'm over here, and I've kept that lightness without, while still going down in pitch, okay? Down to my bass pitch, all right? It might also sound like this, so I'm going to be really, I'm struggling to do my mask voice these days. So we could be starting down here, and it could be going, and now I'm sounding like this, where I've shed a lot of that buzziness. We have a much more open quotient, a lighter perceptual weight, okay? Did I go into M2 during the first demo? Yes, I did. You can hear it sounds much lighter, none of that buzziness is around. This is what we're targeting, okay? So if you're feminizing, this is what you're going for. All right, and you'll probably sound something like this. Okay, it's perfect. Okay, bring things back to my normal voice. Is there any way to do the trainings without feeling cringe to yourself? You've been trying for weeks but can't help yourself. Not really. You need to be able to listen to yourself. Let yourself be cringe. What can help with cringeness is like do a bunch of silly things first, like just make some weird sounds, okay, and then that can like help settle you into making the weird sounds, okay. So have a little play with that if you want to. What we're also going to do is all do things together. So either you'll be peer pressured to join in, or hopefully just everybody doing it will make it feel less silly for you, less cringe. So if everybody would like to unmute, we're all going to have a go at that exercise. Again, this is for feminizing your voice, but we'll all have a go at it, and we'll do the masculizing version afterwards, okay? So everybody unmute, and we're going to get ready to do this on my countdown. So just as I did it before, start low pitch and buzzy, slide yourself up, even up to falsetto if you want to, into M2, okay? And then bring it back down, dragging that lightness with it, okay? Shedding all of that weight, all right? Okay, so 3, 2, 1. Really good, really good. Okay, everybody mute again. Everybody mute again. That was really, really good. So play with that, okay, in your own practice. Do that, and then go into some talking. All right. So it'll be like, and then you'll go into some talking. Maybe you'll talk about your day. Maybe you'll talk about what exercise you've just been doing. Maybe you'll explain some fucking, I don't know, physics, like whatever. Just talk using the exercise you've just used, okay? To learn how to do this and to do it consistently. If you then find yourself, as you're doing your practice, okay, so the talking bit is the actual practicing, as you're doing the practice, if you notice it start to get buzzy again, just re-drill, okay? A lot of people try to skip re-drilling. They try to just fix it as they're talking. Don't do that. That's always going to lead you wrong. Use the drill. Just keep re-drilling. Every time something slides, re-drill and re-drill. It'll be really annoying, but it'll be really, really helpful for you. So always, always, always re-drill whenever you notice it slipping. And eventually it will become second nature and you'll have no problems. Yeah. Okie dokie. Questions about the pitch slide. We'll call it a pitch slide. It's a very musician way of thinking. Maybe, yeah. Oh, sorry. Am I talking mixed voice? Okay. Mixed voice isn't real. This is a bit of a myth. There is no mixed voice, as in you cannot mix your M1 and your M2. It's not possible. What you can do is use your M1, go very light and go high pitch, but staying in M1, and you can make it sound like M2. That is what people think of as mixed for that version. Then the other version is you can go into M2, but you can bring it a bit lower, and you can add a bit more oomph to it, and you can kind of make it sound like M1, okay? So if you're doing M1 but sounding like M2, or if you're doing M2 but trying to make it sound intentionally like M1, that's mixed, okay? Something that's used in singing quite a lot, because they can have like some unique aspects to those sounds. Yeah, 5 a.m. is insane. You should go to bed as soon as we finish this. Okay, so let's talk about the masculizing version to get ourselves into a closed quotient. If you still have questions, like please do just keep writing the questions and I'll get to them when I finish this bit. So the closed quotient version is we're going to slide ourselves down into the grave extension, okay? The grave extension, in fact, I'll show you and then you'll know what the grave extension is. So if I go You can hear it right now. My voice sounds really freaking weird. That weird sludgy area is called grave. Okay, it has a bit of fry going on sometimes for people. It has a lot of closed quotient, really big buzziness. So what we're going to do is we'll slide down into grave, find that buzziness, and drag it back up to our target pitch. If a fry comes with it, don't worry about it. It's fine. As you get better at this, you'll be able to distinguish fry from the closed quotient, from the heavy perceptual weight. But if you're new, don't worry about it. Just let that fry come up with it. Fry isn't gendered anyway. Cool. So if we can all unmute together, and whether you're masculizing or feminizing, I want everybody to join in with these so that nobody feels singled out. So everybody, if we can all unmute, and we're all going to have a go at this together. So we're going to slide down into the grave, find that sludgy, heavy, buzzy sound, and drag it back up. Okay, it'll sound like this. I'll do one demo, and then we can all unmute, and we'll do that. And now I have that heavy vocal weight, that more closed quotient, while having my pitch at a normal pitch. Okay. All right. So everybody unmute, and we're all going to do that together. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Very good. Well done. All right. Remute. Okay. That person, you managed to bring the fry up, but you missed the weight. Okay. But everybody remute. Well done, guys. This is how we beat the cringe, by all making weird sounds together. You're a little confused on how you can tell your M1 from your M2. Listen to it, okay? Right now I'm in M1. Right now I'm in M2, okay? M2 sounds completely different from M1, okay? M1, M2, all right? If you do a yodeling thing, that's you moving from M1 to M2 and back again rapidly. Did you miss weight? We've literally just gone through the main exercise for most people. You might need to rewind just a little bit. We'll go through some other exercises, but they're less consistent. Oh, if it was you, I don't know who it was. We have so many people at the workshop split between 5 different servers. Or 4 different servers. So I have no idea who's who. When we do the one-on-one bits, by the way, later, you'll have to tell me who you are and what server you're in, because I'm not going to be able to keep a track of who's where. I won't know who it is that's speaking. So if you're masculizing, you want to use that closed quotient drill to help you get that heavier weight. All right. You're not sure how to do this without moving the pitch. We are moving the pitch. So to go down the grave extension, we're sliding our pitch down into that grave. Okay. We're finding that heaviness, that buzziness, and we're dragging it back up to our normal pitch, okay? So when I say dragging it back up, I'm saying dragging it back up in pitch, okay? To our normal pitch. And same with the pitch, we'll call it a pitch slide, not a pitch slide. But we're taking our normal, whatever our standard pitch is, okay? We're gonna go as buzzy as we can, slide up, okay? And we're going to start shedding that buzziness as we go up, okay? If you're struggling to shed it, just keep going up. It will go away on its own, okay? Eventually, once we're really, really high and we've shedded all that weight, we bring it down again, keeping things nice and light, keeping them in that open quotient, okay? So those are our 2 universal exercises. They should work for pretty much everybody, because fundamentally, you can't do if you don't manage to do it, you're just doing it wrong, which is fine. Just keep practicing it, and you'll get better with it. Another few ones we can try. These ones require a little bit more imitation. They're going to be really good for some people, like they'll just vibe and click. And for other people, they're never going to vibe and click, and they're just like totally wrong for you. So we'll try a few of them because if they do vibe with you, they're going to be like the quickest way for you to figure this out. But if in doubt, just use the pitch slide for open quotient or the grave slide for closed quotient. They're always going to be consistent. So, okay, we can have a go at, imagine we have a little baby in our arms, okay? We'll not do everybody demonstrating with these because otherwise it's going to take forever. You can have a play with this while you're muted if you'd like. Imagine you've got a little baby in your arms, and that baby is like really cute, and we're just going to be like, cute baby, Or I bring things over here, cute baby, Okay, and now we want to imagine that baby's just thrown up on us. Grace, baby. Grace, I'm covered in sick now. Okay, that's going to bring us our heavier vocal weight, our more closed quotient. All right? Or if I was to bring things over here. Okay, those are the two sounds we're comparing. Okay, open quotient, closed quotient. Or lighter perceptual vocal weight, heavier perceptual vocal weight. Or not buzzy and buzzy. So you can have a play with those. We can also try the ASMR voice versus sports announcer voice. If you think of like softly spoken ASMR, okay, softly spoken ASMR, people are always going to talk with a really, really light, Okay, people are always going to talk in a really light perceptual vocal weight. They're going to talk in a really open quotient. They tend to go a bit quieter as well. So people, when they're doing ASMR, will talk more like this. That sort of softly spoken ASMR thing is going to sound more like this. Hi, heartstrings. Versus if you're at a sports game, things are going to sound more like this. Because yes, sports. And oh my gosh. I don't know anything about sports, but things to do with sports. Yeah. You can hear that buzziness to my voice now. All right. Because it's hype. It's crazy. Yeah. Things are happening. So you can compare those two sounds. Keep in mind that there is also a volume discrepancy there. So you might want to try like do the ASMR voice, but then increase the volume a little bit. Okay. Keeping that gentleness, but having ourselves at a louder volume till we get, I would say, get yourself just above conversational volume so that you have like a good like understanding of it and you're able to move things independently of one another with regards to volume and perceptual weight or slash quotient. And at the other side, yes, sports, okay? Then try to do things a little bit quieter. Yes, sports, things to do with sports. So we can make sure that we aren't just relying on our volume, okay? So have a play with those things, all right? The last one, if you're really, really, really struggling, there is the yawn voice. It's a bit hacky and it's not great. But if you need to just force yourself into an open quotient, into a lighter weight, just do a big yawn. And if you then talk in that yawny voice, you'll automatically end up with an open quotient, okay? Now you'll always sound kind of like I sound right now, very hollow, just sounding like this. This is what that yawn voice is always going to do and is always going to sound like. Okay? So the yawn voice does force you into... your yawns can be in M1 or M2. They're probably usually going to be in M1, but like they could be in M2, I suppose. But yeah, they're going to force you into a very specific thing without much flexibility, which is why I don't really like it. But I don't mind you using that just to first explore. But move on to one of the other exercises afterwards. Because it's not perfect. Cool. Okay. A common problem that people will have here is a conflation between a light vocal weight or an open glottal quotient and breathiness. Okay, So remember, what we're doing has nothing to do with breathiness at all, okay? Breathiness sounds like this. So you hear my voice right now. I'm just breathing out a whole bunch. This is about as breathy as I can possibly go. You can hear I'm having to breathe in really, really often. This is breathiness, okay? That, where I'm breathing out as I talk, that's breathiness. Right now, I have no breathiness, okay? I can talk for much longer without having to breathe in. You don't hear that like windiness to it, that turbulence. So not breathy right now, breathy right now. Yeah, so make sure you are going not breathy, okay? If you naturally have a lot of breathiness to your voice, I would say have a go at turning that off just while you're figuring this out. You can bring it back in afterwards, that's totally fine. You're absolutely allowed to have a breathy voice. Just make sure that you are, when you're doing your weight or glottal quotient exercises, turn the breathiness off just for doing that. So that you don't have that conflation going on and so you don't confuse them. Silly question, does body size / weight affect voice? Not in the ways that are going to be relevant to us. Like technically you can, like being larger is going to have some implications for your diaphragm. That could affect like some operatic style singing, but for what we're doing, it really doesn't affect anything. I wouldn't worry about that at all. Yeah. You're getting flashbacks with breathiness law? Yeah, it's a really common thing. With open quotient / lightweight. Should you expect less vibrations in chest? Okay, this is something that I see talked about a lot, even by some professional teachers. The idea of vibrations being in certain locations and moving vibrations and using that as like different tests. This is all bullshit and trash. The problem with the idea of using vibrations to try and track the changes in sound is different people vibrate in different ways. People have different body shapes and sizes. And because of that, their bodies vibrate in different ways. I don't get any vibrations doing anything with my voice. Just none of me vibrates. So this idea of like a vibration moving, I don't have it in the first place. Some people are going to vibrate loads and some people are going to vibrate in different areas. So there is no consistent way that everybody will vibrate. And therefore, we can't use those to track whether we're doing the correct thing with our sound. The number one way to know if you're doing these things correctly is by listening. There is nothing better than your ears for understanding what you're hearing. Because remember, we're trying to change a sound here. So use your sound bits to play with it. A lot of people will lean towards like chasing feelings or sensations or vibrations, all of these things. You're not trying to change a feeling. You're trying to change the sound of your voice. This is your voice. It's not, you don't care. I assume none of you are here because you're dysphoric about how it feels to talk. You're dysphoric about how it sounds. So focus on the sound. Use that to be what you review. I see somebody in the YouTube chat. I am sorry, I do not know that language. I have no idea what you're typing. I'm afraid I only know English. Boo, 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 boo. Okie dokie. So, any questions about open quotient or closed quotient? Any questions about glottal quotient, I should say, / perceptual vocal weight? We use those two terms, by the way. Perceptual vocal weight is basically saying something sounds heavier or lighter. So it's like analyzing on that level. Glottal quotient is telling you what's mechanically happening. So that change in the way we're vibrating our vocal folds is a change in your glottal quotient. Okay? And that sounds like it has a different perceptual vocal weight. That's why I call it perceptual vocal weight. Or you can just say buzzy and not buzzy, I guess. Okay, I am not seeing any more questions. Cool. Okay, let's continue forward. The other thing was, just like breathiness, we can have conflations there. We can also have some conflations of volume. So just make sure that it is your weight / quotient that's changing, not your volume. I don't mind, while you're still learning, a bit of volume movement where you're getting quieter during the open quotient and louder during the closed quotient. But as you get better, I do want you to iron that out. If you're having that struggle just like allow it to get louder, for example, for the closed quotient. And then once you've done that, then manually bring the volume down without the quotient changing, okay? And same vice versa. Cool, okay. Let's keep going. So our next change, all right? I mentioned earlier the larynx becoming larger as a result of testosterone exposure. This is changing the sound, as I mentioned earlier. It is making it sound more like this, okay? If I was to bring things to just where testosterone exposure brought me, this is me if I've got an open quotient, but I have a larger larynx size, okay? Person in the YouTube, are you just spelling the same thing, or they are different? I don't know what you're saying. I'm really sorry. I don't know what you're saying. You're going to have to switch to English, otherwise I'm not going to be able to respond to you. I don't have a thing that like changes it. Cool. So yeah, we're talking about the difference between this right now and this right now. Okay. Okay. Everything you're sending, I'm pretty sure. No, that is two different messages. I can barely even... Buddy, I don't know how to read that. I'm sorry. I only know English. You're going to have to go for English, otherwise I'm not going to know what you're saying. Okie dokie. So, yeah, it's hard for me to even know if it is a bot or not. I mean, the ruling I'm going to make here is because I can't moderate what you're saying, in a language that isn't English, I'm going to say that I do require you to stick to typing in English, so that I know that what you're saying is like allowed, essentially. If we do continue in whatever language this is, I am going to have to ban you because I can't moderate in other languages. It probably is just a bot, you're right. But on the off chance that this person isn't a bot, I'll give them the opportunity. Fab. Okay. What were we saying? Oh yeah, size / resonance / all that stuff. Okay, so your larynx, when exposed to testosterone, is going to get larger. Okay, which is going to, so we have a larger size of our larynx. This is where the term size comes in, which means that as the sound resonates through your larynx, it changes how it sounds. It gets darker. Okay, so when you hear this referred to as larynx height, size, and resonance, specifically what we mean is the larynx changing, moving up and down, okay? That's how we regulate this, by the way. Like, your larynx getting larger, you can just move it up to smaller again. Like, you can behaviorally change it. So we're moving it up, okay? That is reducing the size, all right? And giving us a brighter resonance. That's where those terms are coming in. Again, I will show you our little thingy here, okay? Here's a really small chamber, okay? I'm going to produce some sound. And then we're going to produce the exact same sound, but in a larger chamber, okay? You can hear how it totally changes the sound, all right? Now I can literally do the same test on my larynx. Okay, here's my larynx. If I just look directly at the camera, you should be able to see it fine. Okay, so we can change the size of that chamber by moving our larynx up and down, all right? That's what's going on there. That's what that tapping test was doing, all right? So how do we have a play with this? How do you guys do that? Whispering, all right? When you whisper, you're not phonating. Your vocal folds are staying open. Because they're open, they're staying open. Because they're open, you're not able to manipulate pitch, okay? The thing that everybody conflates, that sound change with the larynx height, everybody conflates it with pitch. It's a very, very easy thing pretty much everybody's going to do, okay? But this isn't pitch, okay? Pitch sounds like this. Ah, that's all pitch. Ah, that's all larynx height. The pitch didn't change there, okay? It stayed totally monotonous. So when we whisper, we're not having our pitch change. It can't, because our vocal folds aren't opening or closing. They're just staying open. Instead, to move for whisper, to make it sound like it's going higher, we have to move our larynx, okay? We have to change something in our vocal tract size, and the larynx is the something that's most able to move, so it's probably going to be the thing that moves. So, let's have a go with this. I want you to all pant like a big dog, okay? It's going to sound like this. Okay, like a big Labrador or a big German Shepherd or something. We're going to pant like a big dog. Okay, so everybody unmute, and we're all going to do that together, okay? I'll give you all a second to unmute. Okay, 3, 2, 1, big dog. Yeah, really good. Really good. Well done, everybody. Okay, remute again. Now what we're going to do is we're going to pant like a really small dog, like a Pomeranian Chihuahua, like a really, really small dog, okay? All right, so everybody unmute again, and we're going to do that together, okay? 3, 2, 1, small dog. Nice. Well done, everybody. Well done. Okay, remute again. That was brilliant. Well done. So this is for big dog, small dog exercise, okay? I'm going to move my camera just a little bit. Okay, big dog, small dog exercise. All right, we pant like a big dog, or we pant like a little dog. Or the other way around, if we're trying to masculize a little dog, big dog. Okay, now when you're doing this in your practice, I'm doing it with a bit more energy and a bit louder to make sure you can hear it clearer. I don't actually want you to be doing it that loud though. You should be able to hear it, but it not be very loud. Okay, the louder we go, the only way we can do that is just by straining. So you don't need to be putting a ton of energy into it. It just needs to be like a very gentle big dog, small dog. The guy in YouTube chat is a bot. It's something about a call center according to Google Translate. Okay, we'll drop the ban. Person, if you're not a bot, then unlucky. Oh, it's got like a super long... I can't just click you and ban you? Why can't I do that? I guess we'll just put you in timeout forever. Only 24 hours? God, I guess we'll do a 24-hour mute because I can't really slash ban a name that is so long that I don't even... And with characters that I don't even know how to make. Wow, YouTube, that sucks. Can I not, like... hide user on this channel, I guess? I guess we'll do that. The user's messages will be hidden. Yeah, I guess that works. That works. Yeah, YouTube, you should really be letting me click and ban, because, like, what if I can't type? Or at least let me, like, copy somebody's name into my clipboard using just clicking. Anyway, no, I can't, because you can't. I'm pretty sure. Oh, I can highlight it. I can highlight it. Okay, we'll do that. Copy. What is it for YouTube? Is it? It is /ban. We'll give that a go. /ban that person. Does that do anything? Nope. I just type /ban. It's been ages since I had to moderate YouTube chat. How the heck do I do this? Does anybody? Okay, people, my people, you're all here. You can pay me back for this lesson by telling me how do I ban on YouTube? I don't remember how to do it. It's /something. I know that. I'm pretty sure it's that. You hope it's not a bot? No. Because that would mean we're banning an innocent person. Oh well, they're muted for 24 hours. It'll be fine. It's not a big deal. I'll figure it out later. Okie dokie. So yeah, big dog, little dog. Really good way to first start exploring this sound change. Okay, so big dog. I've now got this kind of a voice. I've now got this kind of a voice. Okay? So when we're using our big dog, small dog, what's happening is we're moving our larynx. You can even see that. Look at my larynx, okay? White Adam's apple. All right, so that's what's happening there, okay? You got to go sleep. It's close to 4 a.m. No worries. Thank you, Blue, so much for coming. You're very, very welcome for the workshop. Oh, we've already gone. Well, somebody let them know later. They can rewatch the full thing over on the YouTube. The VOD stays up, so you can do that. Tally, you're moving to Transvoice? Yeah, no problem. Yes, if any of you miss any of this, by all means, just rewatch the VOD on YouTube. YouTube.com/@trans_network. I think you can just type in Trans Network onto YouTube now. Yes, so. Always make sure you have that phonation test at the end, okay? And then go into your talking. Now, one issue with big dog, small dog, okay, is you can do it a little bit incorrectly where you warp your vowels a bit, okay? A lot of people will go, you can hear if you listen carefully, that's an O and an E, okay? We don't really want that because I'm not trying to teach you to change your vowels because you need to do O sometimes in that larger sound. Is that embouchure which is changing? I guess, yeah, that would technically be embouchure. But embouchure changing so much that it is literally changing the word you're saying. You're like saying a different sound. So it's just to a huge degree. So for people in linguistics, if you're doing stuff with embouchure, you're trying to change the... like you're trying to reduce the size of your mouth without changing the words you say. Okay? That's a separate thing, though. We don't really touch on that over here. So a way to fix this issue of the vowel changing is we can use a word, okay? Instead of a pant, a word. If we're feminizing, the word I would suggest is using the word cheese. Cheese maximally changes that embouchure, okay, that Talia was talking about, that size of the inside of your mouth, okay? Over here, we call that the intraoral space. I know it's a complicated word. It just means in-mouth space, okay? A word that does that a lot is cheese. So we go cheese, 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 cheese. And now I have that maximally raised larynx for that really, really small sound, okay? The other end, cheese, 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 cheese. And now I have a really low larynx, okay? If you're masculizing, if you're trying to learn to lower your larynx, I recommend the word, what was the word I was using? I had a word and it's left my mind right now. We're trying to go for an O kind of a sound, okay? What was I using? Or, what's a word with O in the middle of it? Paw, that was it, wasn't it? Paw, okay? Big paw, small paw. Or small paw, big paw, I guess it would be. Paw, 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 paw. Okay? And then you go into your talking. Paw, 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 paw. And now you start talking like this, maintaining that same lowered larynx, okay? That comes with that paw. All right? So, big cheese, little cheese, big paw, little paw, okay? That's going to be the best way to do this drill, so that you know that you're not warping it. I also recommend, as you get better at that, change up the word. You can go for any word, really. It just wants to be a small word with a vowel in the middle of it, like cheese, like paw, like pot, like kick. Any of those, just small little words, okay? Yeah, use one of those and move it around in your whisper, okay? And then do the phonation test to bring yourself into phonation, into talking, out of that whisper, and start practicing some words. As you then practice, listen carefully to your voice. If it starts to drop, re-drill, okay? If you're going like, cheese, 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 and you start talking, and then you notice that things start to drop again. Oh, it's dropped again. Cheese, 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 and then you continue talking exactly with what you were saying, and then you've noticed it started to drop, cheese, 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 and you just keep going, okay? Every time you hear it drop, you re-drill, make sure you include the full drill, and keep going, all right? From within the studio, click the three dots next to the comment, secret block, select block user. Oh, it's block. I don't think I saw block though. There wasn't a block. I can try slash block. Slash block that person. Does that work? Nope, it just types it. Oh well. I'll figure it out later, don't worry. It's not really that big of a deal. Bring up all my Discords again. Okay, perfect. Cool. Any questions about that? No questions at all. This is the hard one, okay? Actually, I was expecting some questions. You will find as you play with this, this is, for most people, going to be the absolute hardest thing. In my own vocal journey, I could pretty much already play with my weight, with my quotient, because the way I would like talk to my dog, the like dog voice that I had, was just a quotient change. So I'd already practiced it without realizing it, which meant the entirety of my like 8 months of learning was just this. It was all just larynx height stuff. So like that can show you how long this can take to figure out. So don't be disheartened if you struggle at first. Yeah, obviously getting lessons speeds things up, because you have a teacher to like say what's going wrong and when. So common things that can go wrong though is getting confused between pitch and larynx height, or pitch, size, and resonance. So always remember, if you can go like if you can do the Mario theme, it's always pitch, okay? If it sounds more like this, then it's larynx height, okay? So just keep in mind, those two things sound completely different. To move, if you're trying to play with what I just did there, keep the pitch totally monotonous while you move your larynx height, so that you know pitch isn't moving. You'll be able to hear that monotony. Right now you've got those two good, but you're struggling to move your pitch higher. So pitch, as I said earlier, it's super, is like barely gendered. So do not worry about having your pitch higher. It really doesn't matter. If you want it higher, just because you want it higher, then yeah, if you forget how to like move your pitch, do the Mario theme. Everybody knows the Mario theme. It's drilled into everybody's brains, okay? So just go da 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 da. You just moved your pitch a whole bunch, okay? So then da 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 da. Add a little tune to it of moving up, okay? And move up to just wherever it is that you're trying to get to. But remember, pitch is dynamic. It will be moving all the time as well. Part of normal talking isn't talking like a robot like I am right now, where I'm just talking totally monotonously. Even if I remove like that robot-y way of talking, I still have that monotony going on right now. So people don't normally talk like this. People talk like this, where their pitch is moving up and down. So yeah, don't super worry about pitch. It's like a preference thing. I'm gonna come back to inflection. We'll talk about that in a bit, because I have words to say about those. Yeah, remind me when we get to the customization bit to talk about inflection. Okay, all right, no more questions, so let's keep going. Yeah, do not be disheartened if you struggle with this. It's hard as heck. Also, if you feel yourself, if you feel like your body when this is happening, you're probably doing something wrong. Moving your larynx gives you a tiny bit of, like, you can feel it a little bit, but not much. It doesn't give you much physical feedback at all. Moving it down, if you're going as low as you can, you will get a bit more physical feedback, but definitely raising it up, you barely feel it at all. So if you're having like a strong physical sensation, it's probably not meant to be there, and you need to get rid of that. So if you feel like the sides of your neck tightening, the back of your neck tightening, If you feel some weird strain like up here maybe, or your jaw might be locking, your tongue might be tightening up. All of these different things I have different students doing. Just random muscles tightening up. What's essentially happening is your brain's just getting a bit confused. It's like, I know I need to do something over here. I don't really know what it is. So I'm just kind of shotgun spraying. And one of these things is right. So all of you guys tense up and hopefully one of them's correct. The problem is we only want one thing happening. So I want that like laser precision, like sniper, that muscle specifically to move. So yeah, if you're feeling strong physical sensations, they're probably the wrong thing. If you're feeling any tightness, any strain, any discomfort, these are all things that are very common when people try to move their larynx that you want to remove because they're not the actual larynx moving. As I said, larynx moving up, you'll barely feel, like you'll feel it a tiny little bit, barely, you might not even notice it. Larynx going down, you'll feel it a little bit more, but still not a ton. Yeah. And in terms of measuring the quality, you should always just listen. Listening is going to be better than anything you can ever use. To specifically answer Talia's question just there, are there any programs to measure this quality? No. Technically, a spectrogram can give you some information on this. However, spectrograms aren't actually as accurate as we like to think they are with regards to how we're using it here. A spectrogram, so the change we're making, okay, you can make a spectrogram. So by doing this, it will show up on a spectrogram, okay? The problem is I can do other things and have a spectrogram give the same reading. So you could have a spectrogram saying that you have that brighter sound, and you do, but you could do it without moving your larynx, which is a problem, okay? Because we need to be doing it by moving our larynx. That's the thing that testosterone impacted, okay? It will alter the sound a little bit as well if we're doing it in a different way. It could cause issues of strain and all of that as well. So we need it to be our larynx. The spectrogram don't know that. That's a problem with spectrograms. Also, like, your goal is a different sound. So analyze the sound, listen to it. Your goal isn't, like, you're not dysphoric about the number being shown on a spectrogram. You've probably never even seen a spectrogram. What you're dysphoric about is the sound of your voice. So listen to the sound. That's always going to be the best way. No app, no program, nothing will ever beat you just listening to the sound of your voice. You might need to like train your ears a little bit to know what to listen for, and like re-listen to bits of this VOD so that you know what to listen for. But yeah, ultimately your ears are always the best thing. I will also mention very quickly some of the mobile apps that exist. There is Voice Tools. There is, what's one that Christina or whatever made? I think there's Pitch Up is one. There's a bunch of different apps that claim to be able to gender your voice. They are all wrong. There is not a single one that works. The reason that they don't work is the only thing that any of them analyze is your pitch. Yeah, the famous Voice Tools. The only thing any of them are analyzing is your pitch. Okay, and as I mentioned earlier, your pitch is barely gendered. It's like the least gendered thing of all the things that we work on. All right? You can be, like my voice right now is pretty low pitch. If I go into Voice Tools will label my voice as androgynous or male. Hopefully, my voice sounds right now to you guys, not particularly androgynous or not particularly male or masculine. So that should show you the issue with things like Voice Tools, because they're just analyzing pitch, which is like not the thing to be analyzing. Because they're not able to analyze the other stuff. So yeah, okay. Avoid apps. Listen with your ears. Big cheese, little cheese. Or big paw, little paw. The other thing I will just mention real quick, again, the yawn voice. And this is the reason why the yawn voice isn't perfect. Ooh, something's happening. Did somebody do something? What is that? What is happening on my screen? Somebody just did a thing. What did you all just do? I didn't get a sound happen, but something happened. I think somebody subscribed. Did we just get a little subscribble? I think that's what happened. Thank you, whoever that was, for subscribing to YouTube. I think that's what just happened. I need to like go recheck stuff and figure out what stuff is. I think that's a subscribble. Whoever you are. Thank you. What was I saying? I'm totally through enough now. Thank you for the subscribe. Yes, so Yawn Voice. I mentioned earlier, Yawn Voice will give you an open quotient. It will also lower your larynx, okay? And when you start talking, so if you're trying to muscularize, you can have a go using the Yawn Voice to try and help you with that. Again, I'm okay with this as an initial exploration. I don't really like this as an exercise though. The problem with it is it always forces you to an open quotient and a lowered larynx. And if you're muscularizing, you're wanting a closed quotient, not an open quotient. Or if you're feminizing, you're after a raised larynx, not a lowered larynx. So that's the problem with Yawn Voice. It forces you into one specific thing. Okay, you always have this hollow sound. Okay, which most people just don't talk like. But I don't mind it for initial exploration if you really need. Okay, any last questions about size, resonance, larynx height before we move on? No questions. I must have done a great job. Okay, so our last little thing, fullness, all right? Fullness is the idea that your voice will sound more quote-unquote normal when your larynx height is in balance with your quotient, okay? If you have an open quotient paired with a raised larynx, and they're both in proportion with one another in terms of how much, things will sound full. And the same thing, but the opposite, okay? Things will sound full if you have a lowered larynx with a closed quotient, okay? Right now, my voice sounds reasonably full. Right now, my voice sounds reasonably full. But if I was to move just one of those things without moving the other, right now, my voice sounds pretty underfull. It sounds hollow. Nope, you probably don't hear anybody talk like this, okay? I literally can't do that without yawning because I've associated the two now. Also, if I go over here with my raised larynx but closed quotient, this, you probably don't hear many people talking like this, okay? Now, there is a lot of flexibility here, which is going to like vary massively depending on your ethno-linguistic background. So like different accents, different regions. I know a lot of Hispanic countries, so like Spain, a lot of South America, they typically are going to be a little bit closer on the overfull end, but they'll still be in that fem quadrant, okay? That full fem quadrant, just a bit closer to overfull than, say, West Coast America, like Seattle, California, those kinds of areas. They are like perfectly full, okay? They're like as full as you could get. Which is why some people say like that's like the most feminine sounding voice, like kind of, it's just the most full. Some people like to go a little bit closer to hollow. If you're into like Celine from Online Vocal Coach, she's got a slightly more hollow voice while still being in that full fem quadrant, just a little bit lower on it. So you can still sound full fem without being like perfectly full, okay? And the same with full mask. If you go too far though, things will start sounding cartoonish. You'll literally be able to think of cartoon characters that sound like those overfull or hollow. So if I go back over here, if I add a little bit of breathiness, now I sound a little bit like Pooh Bear. Oh, Christopher Robin. Okay, this is kind of what Pooh Bear sounds like. Or if I, this is kind of like what Patrick sounds like. Or Yogi Bear kind of sounds like this. I'm smarter than the average bear. Okay? I can't do that without yawning. Or if I then add in that overfullness again, now I kind of sound a little bit more like a cartoon gnome, or like a I don't know, cartoon elf, or like the typical nerd voice isn't usually more overfull. yeah, these are going to be a few different characters that you can think of there. Some people say SpongeBob. I used to say SpongeBob. SpongeBob is a different thing. SpongeBob has twang. Yogi Bear, yeah. I'm smaller than the average bear. Yogi Bear. Okay, any questions about fullness? Relatively simple topic, but it can be quite important to know. So if things are sounding cartoonish to you, that means that one of your things are slightly off. You either need to change your larynx height or you need to change your quotient. It might not be if you need to like feminize it more necessarily. It might be if you need to masculinize it. Even if you are like feminizing your voice, you might have one thing that's like way too far and needs to be pulled back a bit. Like if you have like a really open quotient, maybe you need a little bit more closure to bring things to normality. Or maybe you need to drop your larynx just a little bit. But have a play with it. This is also like a really good environment for you to just play with your voice, okay? Like draw a coordinate. Let's say we'll start in full fem, we'll move it over full, down to full mask, over to hollow, and back up to full fem. So we could be like, okay, we can play around with all these different things. It's a really good way to just like explore like a lot of what your voice can do with regards to larynx height and quotient, or all of the other terms that we use. It's a good exploration thing. I see typing. I will wait for that question to come through. And while I wait for that, actually, I will say, I'm trying to promote the YouTube a bit more now. I am going to have some YouTube videos coming as soon as I can get them done. I've been like trying to make those YouTube videos for ages. I really suck at it. I'm a live streamer. I'm not a YouTube person. I struggle with it a lot. Eventually though, I will get some videos uploaded. It is like something I'm focusing on more now, to really try and make sure that happens. So if you can head to the YouTube and subscribe, that would be really helpful. If you can share the live stream with anyone that you think it'd be useful for, that's obviously going to help them. It helps me. It's just going to help everyone in general. We want to try and get a bit more like, I know this is cringe, but like we want to try and get that algorithm going a little bit. So if you can just comment whatever, comment. If you have questions after, you can comment it on the YouTube VOD if you want to. Just add some comments. We want to try and get this algorithm moving a little bit. So I would really appreciate that if you guys did that, and it's going to help the community as well. It's going to help more people know how to change their voice. So yeah, I would just super appreciate that. So do the whole, stuff, subscribe, like, comment, all that. Apparently it seems to be useful if you comment like viral words, like talk about AI a little bit, talk about probably tariffs a little bit right now, talk about Mr. Beast, like do one of those crazy like looks like an AI bot kind of comments that have all the viral things. That's going to help like promote it a lot, while also making sure you mention like the things that are actually relevant here, like trans voice, transgender, all of those sorts of things, feminization, masculinization. That's all going to really help the algorithm stuff. I really appreciate that, thank you. Yeah. Yeah, drop a GPT paragraph about trans skibbity taxes. That's what I need from you right now. Is there a way to know, is there a way to know when your fullness is good, or if you need to bring it back a little, like you mentioned? Listening. The answer to all of these questions is, how do I know if I'm doing it right? It's listen. Always listen. Obviously, if you're new to this, you don't necessarily know what to listen for. By the time you're getting to fullness, you've already explored larynx height and you've already explored weight. In fact, we should talk about like order of doing things a little bit. So as I said earlier, like way back earlier when we were doing softies, if you're brand new, start with softies for like a week or two. Once you've done that, move on to weight, okay, or quotient, all right? And just spend as long as you need until you've mastered that, okay? Until you can super easily do an open quotient or a closed quotient. Okay, very, very easy for you. Then once you've got to that stage, then move on to your larynx height. So do these things one at a time. Then move on to your larynx height. Okay, once you've gotten really good at that and you can very easily move your larynx up and down, no problems, then start pairing the two together, okay, and doing your fullness stuff. So you're doing these things one at a time, all right? This is why voice training takes a while, because you're mastering all of these independent things. And in terms of knowing how well you're doing, it's always going to be listening, okay? You can have somebody else listen and give you some feedback. That's always totally fine. If you head over to my Discord, again, the link is there. Yeah, the link right there. Or you can click on my user, whoever it is that's hosting you for this right now, whether it's Zara's 13, 14, whatever. Click on there. There's a link there to join my Discord. We have a little clips feedback form. So post in there and I will review your clips. That's like totally free for everybody. Cool. And yeah, if it sounds cartoony, that's the sign that something's not quite right. Either it's going to sound more hollow, kind of like this, or it's going to sound more overfull, like this, okay? If it's sounding like one of those things, something's wrong, all right? You need to either change your quotient or you need to change your larynx height. This is great. Whenever I see typing and I'm waiting on that, that's going to be my times to do plugs. Is it clips or clip feedback? Oh, so you're in Transvoice. That's not my server. Transnetwork is my server. You can post in the clips in Transvoice, and then somebody will respond to that and you clip feedback. I don't tend to hang around Transvoice very much with the clip section because it just is confusing for me and is not how I would do it. I prefer a forum. That makes it much, much better. But like where people could make threads. But you can definitely do that. I would super recommend listening to what Winter says. Winter in Transvoice is very good. And her feedback is good. She tends to be pretty on top of it with clips, which is why I haven't worried too much about the fact that I'm not, because I'm fully confident in Winter's ability to review your voice. So yeah, by all means, if you're in Transvoice, submit something in clips and Winter will get to you when she can. I'm not affiliated with Winter, by the way. She's a totally different vocal coach. I endorse her because she's good. I trust her to know what she's on about. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Okie dokie. I see a question being typed, so I will wait for that. Yeah, Winter's pretty good. I don't remember. She streams on Twitch. I don't remember her thing, but. There's another forum somewhere. Yeah, in my Discord. So not in Transvoice, in Transnetwork. Okay. So the link is below me right now. I'm pointing to it. Or click on my username. Click on Zara's 13. You'll see a link to my Discord in there. Join my Discord, and there's a what did I call it? Clip feedback submission or something? I think it's just called clip feedback, right? Where is it? Yeah, clip feedback. Yeah, it's in the voice discussion section. If you're struggling to find it, I'm sure somebody can link it to you. Cool. Okay, then. Let's keep going. So, back to the Transvoice stuff. Well done, okay? If you've gotten this far in your vocal journey, you're producing the gendering of a voice that you want, all right? For a lot of people, that's where they'll finish, okay? And that'll be it. For some people, though, you might want a little bit of customization and making that voice your own, all right? So let's talk about some of the things that we can be doing to make that voice your own. Also, for things in this section, can be things that come in as a little conflation, okay? So maybe you confuse, I don't know, quotient with fry, or maybe you confuse open quotient with breathiness, or maybe you confuse closed quotient with twang, or maybe you confuse larynx height and pitch. Like all of these different things can be things. So here's just a handful of things that you can play with. Vocal fry. Vocal fry sounds like this, okay? This is specifically Fry Creek, all right? There's a few different kinds of fry, but the one that people usually mean is Fry Creek, which is this. It's not a gendered thing. None of these things in this list are gendered things. It's just something that you can have in your voice if you want to. If you think of like Raven from Teen Titan, she has a lot of vocal fry in her voice, okay? So that can be something you might want to play around with, either having or not having. For me, I use quite a lot of vocal fry when I talk. I find myself not doing it as much when I'm presenting because I'm like all professional and stuff. But vocal fry is something that I use quite a lot. It's usually when I get more tired, I start using a lot more vocal fry. You could hear I said fry with vocal fry there, like accidentally, and the end of that sentence as well. You can hear a lot of my ends of sentences are usually vocal fry. That's quite a common thing I do. Yeah, so you can play with that if you like it. Another just quirk about vocal fry is because a lot of people conflate it with quotient. I missed something about quotient earlier. Okay, you remember we were doing the pitch slides up and the pitch slides down. The reason we were doing that is because your voice, it's higher, it's easier to support a higher pitch if you have an open quotient, okay? That's why we do that pitch slide. It's impossible to support a low pitch with open quotient. You have to, so that one's like, you're forced, okay? For going higher in pitch, you can do it in a closed quotient, it's just hard. For going lower in pitch, you have to have some closed quotient, okay? So that's why we do that slide all the way down into that grave where it's really low, okay? That forces a more closed quotient. If you didn't have a more closed quotient, your voice would cut out and it would just be air, okay? Now, because people confuse quotient with vocal fry, especially like untrained people, they don't really know what they're hearing. A lot of people think, and because of that grave extension having vocal fry, a lot of people think that if they hear fry, you're struggling, okay? A lot of people think that this is like, you're pretty close to as low as you can go in your pitch. When actually, you could go way lower. So especially for us feminizers, this could be quite a cool little thing. We can basically, let's say this is like as low we can go in pitch, okay? This is the lowest we can go. If we add fry over here, and every time we go down to here, we add some fry, it will sound like that's our pitch floor. Because people think that that's about as low as you can go, okay? So if you want to, you can have a play with that, and it'll sound like that is the bottom of your pitch, even though it's not, even though you can go way lower, okay? So if you want, you can have a play with that. You don't have to, like it's up to you. There's also pitch itself. I put this in a customization place. I would not consider this to be strongly gendered. I call this like gendered 0.5, like kinda a little bit, but not really. Again, because pitch is a dynamic thing and it's always moving anyway, it means that people don't really gender it very strongly at all. A really, like, the way to put it is, on average, women have higher pitches, and on average, men have lower pitches. I really need to put my camera down more so you can see when I do things with my fingers. Okay, on average, men have lower pitches. On average, women have higher pitches. However, if you have a low-pitched feminine voice, it sounds like a low-pitched feminine voice. If you have a high-pitched masculine voice, it just sounds like a high-pitched masculine voice. It doesn't change the gendering. What you're hearing from me right now is pretty low pitch, at least relative to most feminine speakers. So don't worry about it too much. Also, intonation stuff. This is something that if you go way back in my VODs, I talked about more, and now I talk about it much, much less. The problem with pitch patterns and intonation and prosody and all of these ideas is they are 100% cultural. So all those things mean like the amount of movement your pitch has, the way you like pronounce different words and stuff like that. All of these things, there is an idea that there is like a more feminine way to do that. And technically there kind of is, but only a really small amount. It's barely perceptible for most people. But also the way in which it's different is going to be different for every different ethno-linguistic culture, okay? So like if you're in West Coast America, there's going to be a pretty significant change to your pitch intonation. between men and women, okay? Women are going to have much, much more movement in their pitch. They're going to be a lot flowier, stuff like that. Whereas the men are going to be much more static, a bit more monotonous, and they're going to jump around a bit more instead of flowing around. However, in the UK, it's totally different. In the UK, you don't really have much movement at all. Like, things are generally closer to monotony in Britain. They're still, like, you can hear in my voice, I'm still moving up and down the pitch a decent amount. We're not that monotonous, but we're definitely more so than like West Coast America. And the difference between the genders is way smaller here. I've recently been told that Finland, both are very close to monotonous. So all of these things change based on different accents, different regions. It just totally changes. So, like, if you hear a teacher telling you that you need this particular pitch intonation, they're wrong. What you're needing is what's localized to you, not to them. Okay, this is why we have this issue of like so many femme speakers gaining American accents, specifically West Coast American accents, when that's not their accent. It's because they're being taught by a teacher who either they're emulating their teacher who sounds like that, or they're being taught some of the pitch patterns of that area by someone who doesn't realize that that's localized to that area. So just keep, because it's 100% cultural, so it's developed in different ways for every culture. Your best bet, just listen to the people around you. What pitch intonations do like your mum and your sister have? Those are going to be the things that are relevant to your area. And obviously reverse if you're masculizing. Yeah, is there anything more I want to say on that? There are some like things that are going to be different, but like it's regional, so I can't tell you what that is. Yeah. What else we got? Breathiness. Breathiness, I mentioned it earlier. I won't spend long on it. It's that thing where you're breathing out as you talk. So if you're sounding more like this is me adding breathiness to my voice. Okay? That's what breathiness is. Would modeling your voice after someone else help with that? Yeah, it can do. It can do. Just make sure that when you are modeling your voice off someone, you are imitating, not impersonating. What I mean is you don't need to sound identical to them. You're just picking up some individual things from them. So maybe you're copying their pitch pattern, but you're not like sounding like the same person. Nasality, yeah, that can be one of these things. This list here is just common things that people like to play with, but there is an inexhaustive list. Like there is an infinite list of different things you could be doing with your voice. So nasality can be one. If you do like the villager sound, okay, ha, ha, and then you kind of talk like this. This is like, this is a ton of nasality, okay, hypernasality. All right, this is me like breathing out of my nose, and the sound is coming out of my nose as it's going, okay. Or like there's the Charlie Brown, like, wah, 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 wah. Okay, that's a ton of nasality. All right. We could also think of like there being no nasality at all. So if things kind of sound like stuffed, like you've got a blocked nose. Basically, if it sounds like this, okay, and if it kind of sounds like that, that's going to be a stuffy nose kind of a sound. It sounds like congested. This is me completely blocking off the airway, okay, blocking off that nasal passage. So zero nasality. Yeah, that's exactly what nasality is. If you have more nasality, that sound, that air is going through your nose. All right? Or more of it is going through your nose. You'll still have some going through your mouth as well. If it was 100% going through your nose, you wouldn't be able to make like different words because that's all happening in the mouth. But yeah, so you have like hypernasality, which is having nasality, or hyponasality, where there's no nasality. Okay? Normally we have somewhere in the middle. Yeah, but that can be something to play with. Or maybe you're accidentally doing too much of something and you want to get rid of it. Twang is something to play with. So if I kind of sound like this is me using twang, okay? It's happening, don't worry about it. It's in the vocal tract. It's in an area that you probably don't know exists, so don't worry about it. The aryepiglottic folds. But yeah, this kind of like twang kind of a sound, is what twang is. You can pretend that you're like a baby crying, like wee wee. This is gonna be twang, okay? Or like a witch, like this is all twang, okay? So you can play around with twang if you want to. Some accents are gonna have that more than others. Note that twang is a different thing to southern twang. These are like words that were built independently of one another. Waluigi has twang. So some southern states of America do have twang. Like I do not know my geography well. I think Alabama often has some twang. Just remember that southern twang and twang are like completely different terms. That were like, one was built up by like just random Americans as like an organic thing that emerged as like a slang phrase. The other is a linguistic term. They're completely independent from one another. They just happen to have the same word. Quick question: how would pitch affect androgynous? There you go. Androgynous / gender neutral voices. Yeah, it doesn't. That's what I'm saying. Pitch barely affects your. It barely affects your gendering. So like, don't worry about it. Put your pitch wherever you want to put it. Is twang and OPC the same thing? No, twang and OPC are completely different things. OPC is oropharyngeal closure, whereas twang is your epiglottic folds. So OPC is going to be like, right now I have like a ton of OPC. I kind of sound more like a child. If I was to go like a really crazy amount of OPC, I could like, if I was to go really crazy amounts of OPC, it ends up hilarious. This is like the most OPC you could have. And it kind of sounds like Stitch, or it can sound a little bit gummy. That was so much there, but it's almost like choking me. But yeah, if I have like a bunch of OPC, you're generally going to sound more like a child, because now we're reducing we are brightening the voice so much that it sounds like I haven't yet been exposed to testosterone. So it sounds more childlike, okay? That's OPC. There is a GIF floating around, somebody else can post it, of what OPC looks like. There is like an arch in the back of your mouth that closes, or like shrinks. That's that oropharyngeal closure, or OPC. That can be something you play with. Just be careful with OPC, because if you do too much, you'll sound like a child. Yeah. What does OPC stand for? Oropharyngeal closure. Oropharyngeal closure. I will say, with all of these voice terms, as much as I would like it to be the case, to be possible, you can't really Google this stuff. The problem is that trans voice as a field is really new, as like a developed field. Obviously, people have been transitioning their voice for like ever, but as a formalized field of study, it's very new. Even like the current iteration of it, that's the best iteration, which is what I'm teaching you right now, or at least the best in my opinion, has been around for like less than a decade, maybe like 8 years. So it's brand new, cutting edge stuff. And even like there are tweaks that I'm making along the way that have been developments in the last year or two. So like, yeah, it's going to be very difficult for you to Google these things because just the field isn't very good. Yeah. Also, a huge problem is quality. You'll find quality varies massively between vocal coaches, some being quite frankly really bad, and some being a lot better. Obviously, I think of myself as a decent vocal coach, pretty good, and I would always endorse me, obviously, because I would change it if I thought it was bad. Some good coaches are going to be Crammed Voice Lessons from Singuistics, Celine De Silva from OVC, obviously Ziana from Trans Voice Lessons, Clover from Trans Voice Lessons. Excuse me, hiccups are going crazy. The point is though, like there's also a lot of really bad voice teachers. So just be careful when you're Googling stuff because you might not know what is and is not good. Always ask me any questions if you like are confused about something like that. That's also why I give you a bit more information on how these things are working mechanically, so that you can just vet your coaches a bit more. Because if a coach doesn't understand what's happening mechanically, that's a huge red flag, because they don't even understand why this is working. Also, if you find that your coach can't do gender affirming voice, like if they can't do a feminine voice like I'm doing now, and they can't also do a masculine voice like I'm doing now, that's a huge red flag, because that means they can't even do the things they're trying to teach you to do. Yeah, unfortunately, quality is really bad right now. It'd be what it be. I'm trying to be part of that change. But yeah. The last little thing we'll talk about with customization is your accent. Your accent is something you can change if you want to. Some people don't like that accent, so if you want to, you can change it. If you find that your accent has started to change, it can be changed back. What's happening is you have some kind of conflation between something that impacts your accent and something you're trying to do to change the gendering of your voice. There's a conflation there, and you're either moving both together or you're only moving the thing that's impacting the accent. So it can be changed, and if it's changing on its own, you're probably doing something wrong. You might be listening to a vocal coach that's telling you to do these things when it's not actually necessary. A lot of coaches are going to move you towards sounding more like a West Coast American. They are wrong. I'm sorry. There are women that don't live in Seattle or don't live in California. Okay. Not everyone has the Cali girl voice. But yeah, so just keep all of those things in mind. And again, if you do have questions about those things, like I don't mind helping you vet a coach, even if it's not me. Like I want you to get good quality care. So that's important. And like if you ever need to reach me in any of these Discords, you're always welcome to @me. I know most people say don't ping them. For me, ping me. Like that's how I know to check. I do try to check all of these Discords as often as I can, but pinging me means that you're guaranteed that I will see it. I might not respond straight away because in my time zone I might be in bed, but I will see it. Cool. Okay, any questions about this customization stuff? Again, the whole purpose of, and this is an inexhaustive list, there are way more that we could have in this list. These are just some of the common ones that people either accidentally do or like some common ones that people decide to add intentionally. And these are all things that I would consider not gendered. The only one is pitch is like a tiny bit gendered, but really not really. Yeah, name loading. Yeah, that is kind of happening. USA colonizing John's voice. Yeah, it's yeah. I think it's just because like most coaches, I think because West Coast America is a more accepting place, it means that naturally more coaches have arisen in that area, and now we have a bias where because there are so many coaches from that area, some of those coaches have gotten confused between what is a gendered thing and what is just localized to West Coast America. Because all of that influence is coming from West Coast America, so that bias is developed. It's like an unconscious bias. Nobody's intentionally doing this, but cool. Any other questions about customization stuff? Or like if you have questions about this whole like quality and trans voice stuff, you're absolutely welcome to ask that. There's not as many trans femmes in Britain because you'll love tea so much. True. We drink so much tea, but we don't transition. True. Okay then, right. Well, that is it. Thank you all so much for coming. That is the lecture portion. So before we move on to our one-on-ones, I just want to say a huge thank you to everybody that supports us over at the Ko-fi. These workshops are brought to you by those Ko-fi people. Why is Grave Marie in a different font? I will fix that at a future date. Yeah, these workshops are brought to you by the people that you see on this font, Rob Mia. By the people that you see on the screen right now. They have fully funded Trans Network. And like, yeah, it's them that have brought this to you. That's why I'm able to do this. And it's why I'm able to make like little upgrades and stuff for reason that literally Rainbow Library and Rainbow Library and Diamond's server, you guys would not be here if it wasn't for these people, because I had to buy a bunch of new cables and stuff so that I could set up more monitor space. I couldn't fit any more Discord servers with how I had it. So these people have brought you into the fold. If you would like to support us, you can be added to this list of people that are supporting the channel. ko-fi.com/transnetwork. It's just below me now. You'll have a little thing pop up on the stream. And yeah, huge thank you if you do decide to do that. As I say, if all of our funding comes from that and the lessons I teach. So like, yeah, it's just so important. It's what brings all of us. There is also some exclusive content over there, some more rambles about the quality of voice teaching and how the quality is really bad, and that's really disappointing to me. I'm also going to be, the D&D things I mentioned earlier, we're going to have one for everybody, and then after that, it's going to be a monthly D&D over on the Ko-fi, and that's going to be like a passive voice training thing, where you come, you use your the best you can do currently at your changed voice, and you use that for D&D. And as I get better with that, as I get more experience as a DM, eventually I will be able to give you better feedback as we go as well, while also focusing on DMing. So yeah, cool. Anything more I need to say about the Ko-fi? I just super appreciate everybody that supports at the Ko-fi. It means a lot. So some quick shout outs. Red Kitten 14, M, Mihagi, Himori, and Grave Robbed Maria, our Ko-fi supporters at the tier 1. Thank you guys so much. Lan Misa, tier 2 supporter. Thank you. That's huge. Beth, you're the fucking goat, okay? Our 1 tier 3 supporter. Beth, you're huge, okay? Like, if you see Beth somewhere, you should thank her, because she's a huge part of this being presented to you right now. Yeah, huge thank you to her for supporting the tier 3. Okay, last little extra thank you. I want to give a huge thank you to Charles from Synguistics, Crammed Voice Lessons from Synguistics. Charles trained me in Transvoice, and he did that completely for free. This is something that he does every few months. He will take on a cohort of apprentices, and he will train them for free to become Transvoice coaches. So huge thank you to Crammed over at Synguistics. There's also some cool events over there that you might enjoy. Every week they have 2 Transvoice practice lounges. The idea behind that is you go there, you do some talking with whatever drill it is that we're working on. Like, they rotate between larynx height and quotient each week. So I highly recommend showing up there. You'll get some feedback on your voice, and it will help you with learning. Very, very useful. Cool. I think that's everything I needed to mention. So again, huge thank you to the Ko-fi supporters, and huge thank you to Charles from Synguistics. I would not be here doing this at this level. I definitely wouldn't be like doing proper lessons if it wasn't for Charles. Like, the quality would be much lower. So huge thank you to Charles. Okie dokie. So now that we have gotten through all of the presentation, let's move over to our last section of a workshop, the 101 section. So if you would like some help and feedback with your voice, the way we do things is it's just a speak first to go first, or speak next to go next, and that is how we deal with who goes when. Oh, that is not what I meant to do. Back to there. Okay, so I'm going to pop to the toilet for a moment, and when I get back, we will take the first person's voice. Also, if you have any questions about just anything we've covered, pop them in the chat, and I will answer them. Okay, I'll be right back. I'll see you in just a moment. I'm muted. Speak next to go next. Who would like to have their voice reviewed and get some feedback? Whoever speaks next gets to go next.
Can I try?
Yeah, go for it. How can I help you?
Hi. When we were talking about like I guess accent, like vocal fry accents and like
Yeah.
breathiness and all that. Yeah, you mentioned something like I was actually like working on. I was trying
Okay.
I'm trying to make like my voice sound older, and right
Oh,
now
okay.
when I try it, it kind of sounds like either current or like like more younger than I would like it to.
Okay, so you want it to sound older. So
Yeah.
a couple of things we can think about for sounding older is we can have a little bit more hollow. Can be something associated with older. It varies a little bit. Like there are some elements that vary a bit depending on your region. But we can try it playing with like a little bit more hollow. We can try it playing with a slightly larger like oral space. We can try playing with. You're not trying to sound like old. You're just trying to sound older. So like something that can be a thing is like what's it called? Like raspiness. That kind of like, hey, get off my lawn, kids. Okay, this is some false vocal fold rasp. Okay, that's like if you want to sound old. For you to just sound a bit older, I would say let's have a go at having some slightly less OPC. So it would be like OPO, oropharyngeal, no, OPE, sorry, oropharyngeal expansion. So, okay, what I want you to do is I want you to repeat this line. Speaking from as in like speaking from
Should I do it in like this voice, or should I like hi, hello, or should I do it in this voice? Like
whichever is the voice that you're like wanting.
Okay, hold on. Give me a second. Am I doing it right? I'm not sure.
Okay, so what I want you to now do is take that and I just want you to add that into your talking a bit more. I don't necessarily need you to be like changing the words or the vowels or anything. It just needs to sound different in that way. It just wants to sound a bit larger, okay? Like, okay? And now I'm kind of a little bit larger, okay? I don't need you to do this much because you are trying to keep things feminine. We don't want a big oral space, but it can be a bit bigger. Just a little bit, okay? Have a go with that.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so just a little bit bigger, but not like too big. Okay, this is okay, this is a new feeling.
Is specifically what you're going from paw.
Like an O?
Like an aw.
Like AW?
Yeah. And now incorporate that larger space into other words. So like drop the actual aw itself and just the largeness that comes from that aw. Yeah?
Like no, wait, hold on.
Don't worry about the pitch too much. I can tell you're focusing on the pitch. So just take the larger mouth space that comes with aw. Like to go aw, your mouth opens up a bunch, okay? And the back of your throat opens up a little bit. Try to keep that while then having different words, okay? So your lips are still going to move entirely as your lips normally move, but inside of your mouth is going to stay a bit more open, okay? And now I'm going to continue talking with a slightly larger shape, okay? Does that make sense? Whereas like right now, I have a really small space to like, and you can hear how this sounds a little bit more childlike because it has a much smaller space. Does that make sense?
I think should I like do the and then like go into a sentence or say words or
into
like
a sentence. Yeah.
okay. Okay. One. Hi, hello, are you hiding? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers. A peck of pickled peppers Peter Piper picked.
Okay, that's a small change, but I did hear a larger size. I would say keep playing with that. Play around. A sentence that can be useful is just "are" speaking from "are," and then continue that as you go into your talking. Okay, because it has you like going in and out of it.
Speaking from awe. Speaking from awe. Speaking from awe. Speaking from awe.
Good.
Am I doing that right? Or
Yeah,
is
you're
there...
doing it right. So you're going to need to practice it a bit so you can consistently bring it into your talking. Something I do really want to note though, you only want to do this a partial extent. So normally this is something we would be doing for masculizing, and if you do this to the maximum amount that the exercise would have you doing, you're going to be drifting it by a tiny amount. Like this is one of those gendered 0.5 type things, where it's a tiny bit of drift towards masculinization, but like barely perceptible. Also, like essentially childlike, to move our voice more childlike is the same as feminizing, but going even further, okay? Because if you think about what a child's voice is, it's a voice that hasn't been exposed to puberty, so it's had no testosterone exposure. Well, not no, but very, very little. Whereas even through an estrogen-based puberty, you still have some testosterone exposure, the voice still changes a bit, just less so than a testosterone-based puberty, okay? So childlike is just hyper-feminine, effectively, in terms of the stuff we've talked about so far. Which is why we can also be talking about like a slightly lower larynx as well. So if you want to age your voice a bit, play with that. And play with some of the feminizing stuff that we've talked about earlier in the workshop, and just reduce your amounts by a small amount. Just make sure it's a small amount. Does that make sense?
Yeah. It's like lowering, I guess masculizing,
A smidgen.
like a smidgen. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so, and then I should also like probably play around with the whole balance between vocal fry, breath, and I guess, what was the other one? I forgot.
Vocal fry and breath are all going to be like customization things. They're gender neutral.
Yeah. Okay. Wait,
So we're just lowering the larynx a tiny bit. Maybe adding a little bit of, and we can think about "or" speaking from "or" to give you a little bit of oropharyngeal expansion. Okay? We can also just do the thing, I don't know if you've played with OPC much in terms of oropharyngeal constriction. We can do the thing where you just like shine a torch into your mouth while looking into a mirror. Look for that arch that can go bigger and smaller, okay, in the back. Let me just grab the GIF so people can see what I'm talking about. Pictures. Oh, there we go. Okay. This dude. This dude. This dude. This dude. Okay. If you're watching on YouTube, sorry I can't send it to you. Sorry.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm on Discord.
Yeah, just for the sake of YouTube videos to know. Yeah, that there. Okay, if you look at that GIF, you can see that at the back opening and closing, or getting larger and smaller. Okay, that's that OPC versus OPE. Okay, so OPC to the level that he's doing it there is like, well, to that level you'd better be able to talk. But the more OPC we have, the closer we get to childlike. So if we're wanting to age a bit, we can do reverse of that and have a bit of OP expansion. Again, don't do too much though, because we don't want to masculinize. We just want to be less feminized, if that makes sense. What do the acronyms stand for? Oropharyngeal closure, oropharyngeal expansion. OPC, OPE.
Oh, okay. That's a new term to Well, I guess you did mention that it will be hard to find it online, so
Yeah, especially OPC stuff, you're going
yeah,
to struggle to Google that one.
yeah.
That's a difficult one to Google. But you can just
I've
literally, like, mirror, torch on your phone, shine it into your mouth, and just try to do what he's doing there.
yeah, I forgot British, so torch me, because like when I hear torch here in the US, I think like a fire torch, like
No, like a flashlight. You guys
yeah,
would call it.
yeah.
Do you guys not call it a torch?
No,
That's wild.
well, I guess maybe some
Can
like
confirm,
regions in
flashlight.
here. Yeah,
That's
we
I
always
had
call
no
it
idea that was a
flashlight.
thing.
Yeah,
Fair
because
enough,
like
fair
'cause
enough.
to me a torch is like stick on fire. So
Yeah, okay, fair. I
okay,
didn't know that. So yeah, flashlight. Shining into your mouth, look in a mirror, and try to do what that person is doing. They're controlling their. I don't remember the name of the arch, but basically it's their aura things.
okay. Just to clarify. Okay, so I'm
Yeah.
trying to expand it, not shrink it,
Yes,
right?
but not by a lot. We're just feminizing a little bit less. We're emulating a small amount of testosterone exposure. So we're making our voice sound like it's been through puberty. Does that make sense?
Okay. I think I follow the
Yeah.
overarching idea. Okay.
One thing I am going to note on your voice, I don't think you
Yeah.
sound
What?
all that childlike, if that is something you're worried about.
Well, I
Just
am
to...
actively trying to speak in a lower pitch right now because, like, when
Okay,
this actually that happened to me like about like 2 weeks ago, where like I don't know what happened, but like my voice settled somewhere higher than I was used to, and now it's like, oh, now I'm having a harder time like pushing it back down.
sure.
So now
Okay,
I'm
sure.
actually like, yeah, I don't know what happened because like if I go to back to my male voice and then I L and a little hold up one thing, and I try to go back and put my female voice. It like it goes a little bit higher than I was expecting. It's like now,
I
like this is like
understand
the
that.
default, and before it was lower, and I'm trying to get it back lower again, and like now I have to actively like think about lowering it. Like right now, I'm actually trying to lower it again.
Okay. I
Like,
can give you some more
but
specific
like,
advice
but
then.
like, but like, I'm like actively like thinking about it. It's not
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
automatic. Like my default is to go like up here for some reason now, and I don't because like you said, it's not like you mentioned before, like something about it, something like it will sound cartoony to you, or like it sounds
Yeah. If
cartoony,
something
like
sounded
weird.
cartoony where you have like a
Yeah,
fullness issue.
and then or like to high pitch or to right, and like that's not the type of sound I was trying to model after. I trying to bring it to more like a lower pitch sounding like feminine voice. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Like
Totally.
yeah, an older like
Yeah, so I think I know exactly what's happening in your case now. So basically, what I'm hearing in your voice when you're presenting me the version that you're not happy with is I'm hearing some OPC, like in that GIF, and I'm hearing some a high pitch. I think really the OPC is probably the main thing, but I mean by all means put your pitch a bit lower if you want to. It sounds good, so whatever you prefer. So that OPC, it's creating that boost of brightness, and so the reason it sounds over full isn't actually your larynx height in this case, it's that OPC. Because we're having that OPC, but we're not lightening as well, so things are sounding more over full. Okay? So in theory, if you also shed even more vocal weight and went like really crazy with that, it would start sounding full again, but it would also probably sound, again, like a child. So yeah, my recommendation for you is essentially you kind of stumbled upon it already. This lower sound that you're going for, you're also doing a little bit of oropharyngeal expansion. Not a lot, like you still have a constricted oropharynx, but not to the extent that it was before. So, yeah, what you're doing right now seems to be working. If you want it to, like, I don't think it is the pitch itself. You can bring your pitch back up if you want to. Although if you like the low pitch, by all means stick with it. Yeah, I think that's what I've got to say there. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah. So like, remember that. So like, I guess right, the term
Oropharyngeal.
oropharyngeal closure. No,
Closure being one to hyperfeminize it or make it sound childlike. Expansion being the one that brings you closer to masculizing, or just making it a bit older.
Okay, so let me try. Okay, so expanding to make it sound a bit older. Okay, I'm so.
But again, this is only going to be a small amount of expansion because I don't want to actually masculize your voice. I just want to age it up a little bit.
Alright, I can. Is it okay if I attempt it?
Yeah, go for it. Absolutely.
Okay.
And that R from offing will help you with that as well.
Or let me go. Ooh, okay.
I know it's a lot.
Yeah. It is kind of. Okay, so. I'm not used to doing this in an audience. Okay.
Yeah, it's okay, don't worry. That's it.
Right here?
That R that you were doing, that R was very large. That was a lot better. So
right here?
And then you start talking more of this larger space, brings you more to that R kind of thing.
Okay, so like here?
Yeah. I mean, in terms, like, I can't tell you where your end point is because that's up to you. In terms of what, like, when does it reach a point that you're happy with? That means it's correct.
Okay. That's good to know. It fluctuated a little bit there.
Another thing you can do as well is you can do this, like, closer to childlike voice. Could you keep going? Do you think you can make it more childlike?
Let me see if I can try. I mean, let me just see. So if I try to make it sound a little bit more childlike, let's see what the, I can't think of a sentence to say.
It's okay. This
she
is
sells.
sentences, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, she sells seashells on the seashore.
Perfect. Okay.
Peter,
So now
Peter
that you
Piper
can go
picked up a bag of peppers. Yeah.
Now that you can go more childlike, whatever you're doing, can you do less of that?
Let me try to.
Yeah, you're doing
Okay. One.
And now
two,
it's sounding a lot like
two.
much older.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3.
Yeah, you're doing a great job. So that's another thing we can try. And this works for pretty much everything. If you're struggling to figure out how to do or how to get rid of something, do more of a something. And by doing more of it, that is you controlling the thing. So then you pull away again, and now you're removing the thing. Okay? So if you're ever like, this could apply to any, it's just not just what we're working on right now. Like say if it's nasality, go more nasal and then pull that away and then get rid of it. It's just a way you can learn anything where you're going wrong somewhere in voice.
Oh, okay. Ew, 1 2 3 1 2 3 1.
I think this is sounding good now.
Yeah, it's okay. So
It's definitely sounding older.
yeah, because it sounds like definitely a lot better than it sounded 2 weeks ago.
Good,
Yeah. Okay.
So your homework is going to be probably it's going to be sit down and have a little explore of these different things I've shown you. Because initially there's just going to be a figuring out how to actually do these things, and then you can actually start practicing it. Have a little play with the flashlight thing. Have a little play with that arch, and yeah.
Yeah, because I've seen that this. Okay, that is harder to maintain. I'm gonna lie, it is hard to maintain it. But okay, yeah, because I've seen that GIF before that I didn't actually know what it was about. Or
Yeah, so that GIF is that dude demonstrating oropharyngeal movement.
Yeah. Oh wow. Okay, this is a lot of information.
Yeah, it is. It is.
Exciting.
By the way,
exciting.
if you forget any of this, just rewatch it on the VOD. The VOD like stays up forever, so.
Oh really? Oh, okay. Yeah.
You can just rewatch some of it. Like it's okay if you
I'm
don't
pretty
memorize
sure
all this.
Yeah, 'cause I'm pretty sure I'm already subscribed, so I can just check that. Okay, thank you. Okay,
no
wow.
worries, no
Oh,
worries.
I'm excited. I'm excited. It's like, oh, I was kind of stuck on that for a second, so I like, oh, okay, now I have something to explore again. Okay.
100%.
Okay.
Fab. Okay. Who's next?
Okay. Okay.
Oh, sorry, was
thank you
there
for everything. Bye.
Okay, cool. All right, who's next? Speak next to go next. Yeah, you're super welcome, name loading. Yeah, Misty, go for it. You don't need to ask permission, you just go.
All right, is my mic working all right?
Yeah, it's coming through perfectly.
Awesome. So, I think the main thing I wanted to work on today is, I think we were talking about it either last time or maybe earlier than that. The fake pitch floor, I think, is what you said.
Oh, right, yeah.
Like where when you get to like a lower feminine range, then you add like a more vocal fry. I
So if you
haven't really
want
been
to,
practicing
you
that
can have
much.
like a fake pitch floor where people think it's a pitch floor when it actually isn't, by just adding vocal fry every time you go to that point.
Yeah, and I think the main thing I wanted to ask is what you think would be a good pitch for that, for me specifically. Like
that's going to be like a super personal preference thing. Whatever you just is like, it's what do you think, or like what would you like to be the level at which people think is the bottom? But like, I can't tell you what the correct answer is to that. It's entirely up to you.
I don't know, honestly, because like sometimes it gets lower, especially like when I'm tired or something. And if I talk that way, like without the vocal fry, then it would make it kind of obvious that it's not actually my pitch floor. But
Sure.
yeah, if I make it too high, it also just might sound a bit weird.
I mean,
So-
the issue of if you make it too high is you're limiting the amount of pitch movement that you have. Like wherever you're doing is going to be your new, like you don't tend to go much lower than that. So like if it's too high, then you've run out of pitch. You know, you're going to have to be like, all the way up here all the time. Because every time you're going over here and that's like where you have your pitch floor, this is like a really, really small area that you can move around in. So just have it wherever feels, like vibes wise, what feels like a relatively low pitch for you in terms of your use, like in terms of your usage of your voice. What is low pitch? Does that make sense as a question?
Yeah, I think so. So that would be probably something a little bit like this.
Sure.
Does that sound right, or do you
It's
think
like
I would
it's
need to
wherever
make it
you.
higher or lower?
There is no right or wrong here. It's literally a personal preference thing. So I can't tell you whether it's right or wrong.
Yeah, I guess probably something like that. But yeah, I just don't want to make it too high, because if my voice gets too high in general, especially like when I'm tired or if I'm sick or something, then it just cracks a bunch. So
Oh, sure.
yeah, I don't want it.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of if you're wanting to add this as a thing to your voice, then like, yeah, just choose. And like, you can just change it if it's wrong. You know, nobody's going to even notice you changing it that much. Because this isn't something that people are going to be like paying attention to. So just have a little play with it. You know, you can just decide, okay, every time I go, every time I go here, I'm going to have vocal fry. And now this is just going to be like the vibe of like whenever it's down here. And now that I'm back up here, it's going to be not vocal fry. And every time I drop down, it's going to have some vocal fry. And just base it off of vibes. Don't like measure it with an app or anything. Because you're not going to learn very well doing that. Like you need it to be vibes so that you can implement it into normal conversation. So yeah, have a play with it. Just pick a spot. If you decide you want it actually different to that, then just move it. You know, stick with a spot for like a week or two. If you're not happy with it, move it. Keep going until you find something you are happy with. Would be my best advice.
Yeah,
How's
that
that
makes
sound?
sense. I was just wondering if you had like any recommendations, but yeah, I guess I can think for myself if you're gonna make me.
Yeah, I can't really give you a recommendation because it's just whatever. It's too personal for me to even be able to.
Yeah,
It's
that's
like, do I
fair.
have a recommendation of what your favorite color should be? Like, no.
I mean, if you do, then
Like, it's your
you know,
favorite color. It's up to you.
I'm willing to take suggestions.
Yeah, good luck. Have an experiment. That's my best advice for you.
Yeah. So do you think like something like this, like, and it's getting a little bit lower, like, or does that just sound kind of strained when I do it like that?
It's wherever you want it to be. There is no right or wrong answer here. I can't
Oh,
tell
you know, I
which
don't mean
one
the
is the
pitch
right
this
one.
time. I mean like the just the way it sounds.
So, sorry, ask that again.
Because when I was doing it, like, it sounded less like vocal fry and more like it was just sounding a little bit strained.
Oh, in terms of like the vocal fry itself. Do it again.
So
Like
something
give
a
me like
little
a
bit like
sentence with vocal
this.
fry.
So when the sunlight strikes raindrops in the air, they act as a prism and form a rainbow.
Okay, so that bow, that had vocal fry. Rainbow is what I just heard. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So you didn't
I don't
have
know,
a
I'll have
full
to listen to the
sentence, but you
recording
did have it
back.
on like rainbow. Yeah?
Yeah. It just sounds like, in my head, it just sounds kind of strained. It doesn't really sound...
Can you give me a
Like
full
when I do, like,
sentence
actual
where it's in
vocal
fry the entire sentence?
When the sunlight strikes raindrops in the air, they act as a prism and form a rainbow.
Okay, I think I am hearing some strain as well. The fry was a little bit on and off there, but the thing that was consistent was there was a bit of strain. Can you tell me what you're like physically feeling?
I'm not really sure. I think maybe something's like a little bit too closed.
So my best guess, it sounds like, imagine you are, okay, imagine you're lifting. I don't want, by the way, other people listening, only Misty is allowed to do this drill because I'm teaching her how to do something bad so that she can know not to do it, okay? So I want you to imagine that you're lifting a really heavy weight, like it's too heavy, okay? This is way too heavy, and then we're gonna talk kind of like that for a moment. Can you give that a go for me? It will be uncomfortable.
Yeah, so you mean talking something like this?
Yeah, exactly.
Is
like
this what
that,
you mean?
yeah. That's the kind of strain that I was hearing in your voice there. So that's what I want you to avoid. That's not fry. That's, I believe, false vocal fold strain. Okay? So avoid that. Don't do that. Instead, just have that crackliness, okay? That comes in over here. All right? This is fry. This isn't fry. Yeah?
Yeah, so is this any better?
I need a longer
Or is-
sentence.
When the sunlight strikes raindrops in the air, they act as a prism and form a rainbow.
Yeah, that sounded a lot better. That sounded way better.
Yeah, it sounds super weird in my head, but
Yeah, it
I
will
don't
just
know.
be practice.
I also, like I said, I'll have to listen to the recording.
So it would be like, the sunlight strikes raindrops in the air that act as a prism and form a rainbow. That's the entire sentence in full fry. Yeah, have a little explore of it, have a practice, and explore different pitch floors. See what you like.
All right, will do.
All right.
Oh, and
good stuff.
also, this isn't voice training related, but I know I mentioned earlier in Trends Network that I was thinking about getting makeup, and
yeah.
I did a few days ago. So yeah, I'm super excited about that.
That's awesome. That's
I'm
awesome.
I'm terrible with the eyeliner and also the
Yeah,
mascara. It feels super weird, so
Eyeliner's
I don't
gonna
know
take
if I'm gonna
time.
wear that.
It's-
But
Big rule with eyeliner: sisters, not twins. They don't have to be perfect, and it's going to be practice. If you accidentally fuck it up and like flick up or something, make your eyeliner thicker to like fill in that so that it was just like an intentional thing. Does that make sense?
yep. Or I
Yeah.
could do the beginner artist thing and just cover half my face with hair. And then
Yeah,
I won't have
true.
to
That
do
works too. That works too.
Yeah, then I mean you can save makeup on that.
Yeah. Check out the last one. Unfortunately, the audio got fucked on the YouTube, so we don't have a VOD. But we do have a monthly makeup workshop, so I recommend swinging by that if you're in Trans Network.
Yeah, I think I was there for some of it, but
Yeah,
I don't know if I got
cool.
to the eyeliner part.
Yeah, there was an eyeliner bit. Although, unfortunately, the VOD is fucked. We'll probably redo that one at some point. Yes, so people that aren't in Trans Network, if you haven't joined yet, there's another reason to join. We also have makeup workshops by the wonderful Lee. Yeah, super recommend that. I believe this coming workshop is going to be cancelled. I haven't made an announcement yet, but Lee's not going to be available this time around. So the April makeup workshop is going to be off, and to replace it is going to be the D&D session. If I can get myself set up with that. Freaking buy the DM handbook and all of those sorts of things and learn how the hell to do this. Cool, okay. Who is next? Who would next like some feedback on their voice? Speak next to go next. Anyone?
Anyone?
Hello, how can I help you?
Hello. I'd just like a 6-month follow-up. How are things?
Pretty good. How are you doing? Where
Oh,
are
pretty
you?
absolutely fabulous.
Which server are you in right now?
I'm in
there
your
you are,
private,
in Trans Network.
in yours.
You're in mine. Yes, how are you doing?
Yeah.
Everybody, this is Beth. Huge thank yous to Beth. We talked about her
Hi.
earlier. Our tier 3 supporter.
Oh, what have you been saying behind my back?
That you're awesome and that you support Trans Network. We've been celebrating you.
Well, I do support Trans Network, and I hope everyone else will too, or if you can find it within your budget at any rate.
Hells yeah. How can I help you, Beth?
So I'm looking for the Gestalt.
The Gestalt.
Honestly, well, let's talk about personality and playing features. I confess I wasn't here for most of today's lecture because
Yeah,
they're
it's totally fine.
usually fairly similar from one week to the next. But I thought I'd drop by, say hello, and ask for a 6-point evaluation. Resonance, vocal weight or open close quotient, pitch, brightness. Well, I guess brightness follows resonance, but sharpness, intonation, and what am I forgetting?
This is Lean's model, so I don't know it off by heart.
Oh, okay. Well,
Fullness, maybe?
yeah, fullness would probably be relevant.
Yeah, so, okay. How do I want to answer this question?
To sit in solemn silence on a dull, dark dock in a pestilential prison with a lifelong lock. Because I know you're probably going to want to hear some things.
Yes, so,
I will
okay.
confess, I do feel a little bit of tension in the forward part of my tongue.
Oh, okay, like for Blade.
And I'm not sure. Like as if that part of my tongue is a little bit stiff, maybe?
Okay. Yeah,
I don't know if that's something that,
yeah, so the tip of your tongue shouldn't be
I
feeling...
don't know if that might be something to work on.
Yeah, so
Go ahead.
the tip of your tongue shouldn't feel particularly tense. We do need that one to be relatively relaxed because we use it for different things. My guess is that tension, maybe, has it come in when we're doing things with sharpness? Is that where that conflation's come in? Or is it just a general thing?
Honestly, I'm not 100% sure.
Okay, it might just be
It
a
just
general
seems
thing
to
with
be,
tongue.
yeah.
Yeah, so my recommendation is first, try to get that tongue relaxed. because we definitely need that for different words that we say. A couple of things on like intonation stuff and speech pattern stuff, because you weren't here for when we mentioned it earlier. All of those things are very much like ethno-linguistic specific. So depending on where you live and how people talk there is going to be what's relevant there for you. Now, if I recall, I know you're definitely American. I don't remember where in America you're from, but
Texas.
About
but
Texas. Okay.
General American is fine.
So I don't know about the specifics for Texas, but have a think about what different, like listen to the people around you and listen to the speech patterns of people around you, so compare yours to theirs. So you can have an idea of what's going to be relevant for your region. You're probably going to have some of the stuff that's similar to like what Celine talks about with, because sharpness is going to be one where that's the most sharp is going to bring you to more of like a West Coast America. But some sharpness is probably going to be relevant for most of America. But in terms of like rating your own voice, like I can tell you I'm hearing like some sharpness. I'm hearing a raised larynx. I'm hearing like a bright sound. I'm hearing a light perceptual vocal weight, like an open quotient. To tell you if you've feminized your voice, like you have to figure that one out, because it ultimately depends on where you want to land. So like, are you happy with where your voice sounds? Because ultimately that's what's relevant here.
So, I think reasonably so. Let's say it's not really bothering me on a day-to-day basis, but I'm just sort of curious on a 1 to 10 scale, with 10 being hyper. And I don't know. I guess I'd probably be looking for like somewhere in the 2 or 3 range.
Of what? Oh, in terms of how happy you are with your voice.
No, in terms of like on a scale from super sharp to not really that sharp. I'm sorry. I'm just
No. Okay, I can answer that question. Let me just think of a sentence real quick off the top of my head. Terrible Tony didn't do the dishes. Okay, terrible Tony didn't do the dishes. That's the sentence. I'd like you to say that.
terrible
sentence, please.
Tony didn't do the dishes.
Once more.
Terrible Tony didn't do the dishes. You know what? I probably need to. I do have noise suppression off.
No, it's okay.
I may need to pick up the
Your settings shouldn't matter too much.
terrible
Yes.
Tony didn't do the dishes.
Okay, so what I'm hearing
All right.
is I think you're reasonably sharp. You could be a bit sharper if you wanted to. So I was hearing like a terrible Tony. Yeah, terrible Tony did the dishes, but we could be going like terrible Tony did the dishes if we wanted to be like maximally sharp. It depends on where you want to end
Terrible
up.
Tony did the dishes.
Yeah. That was much
Yeah, you know
sharper.
it's terrible Tony did the dish. And
So
okay, I'm gonna
So
need
a
to.
dull d is going to start sounding more like a j, and a dull t is going to start sounding more like a ch, like tch. So that's going to be your like comparison.
Terrible Tony did the dishes.
Yeah. Terrible
Yeah,
Tony
that
did the dishes.
makes there's a couple of muscles that run sort of like from my nostrils to the corners of my mouth, and those are tensing up when I go super sharp, and I'm gonna try to focus on keeping those.
Try to like move them around. Obviously, that's going to fuck with your ability to like talk normally. But just to remove that tension.
Terrible
Just, like,
Tony did the dishes. Oh, that actually makes good sense. Thank you. I'm going to work on the moving it around business.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're super welcome. As
Next,
a plea
please.
for everybody, if you ever find that like something is tensing and you're struggling to remove it, occupy it. Whatever that muscle's doing, like if it's the side of your neck, very gently tilt your neck. If it's somewhere in your upper lip, you can do stuff like that. If it's your lower jaw, you can do stuff like that. Obviously, some of those things are going to change the sound, but it'll help you to dissociate that muscle. Or you can just like rub the area, again, to try and get it to relax, okay? Or like give it a gentle massage to try and get it to relax. All of those things can really help you to remove tension. Fab. Okay. Thank you very much, Beth. I will, as a quick note, that I do not know how sharp Texan voices typically are. So listen to the voices around you and make sure that you're going for sharpness that's appropriate for where you live. You don't necessarily need to sound like you come from Seattle. Cool. Okie dokie. Speak next to go next. Who would like help with their voice next?
Sure, why not? I'm down to go.
Hi, how can I help you?
Doing good, doing good. We talked yesterday or the day before. I was the person talking about the vocal strain. I've been with a speech-language pathologist for, I think, since December, so a few months now. Been working on mostly the basics, starting to move into, like, phrases, but mostly sticking to words and different, like, sounded words and all that. I can bring up the PDF, but it's like, you know, flower, flowing, blah, 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 blah. The main problem is no matter how much I speak, it's always like a consistent level of strain with my voice, to the extent that my SPL said, you likely have GERD, probably because of the copious amounts of hot chicken that I've been eating, which, goddamn. But even after taking a break for a couple weeks to let my voice really rest and kind of recover, I'm still having problems where after like a minute of speaking, it just gets increasingly tight, like right under the chin, above where like the what's that second bump you feel on your throat above the Adam's apple?
It's just more of the larynx. So
Yeah,
we have that
like-
big dip, and that dip is we've just gotten past the larynx.
Yeah, but after that second bump, up to like the base of the tongue, it just tight right there. A lot of what we worked on is like you just recommended of like activating the tongue, pulling it out or something, keeping it extended to help kind of prevent tension from building. Yeah. But no matter what I do, I still get that tightness.
Okay, so I would say firstly, if we are concerned about a medical thing like GERD or any other potential thing, speak to a doctor.
Yep.
And they can help you with that properly. In terms of tension there specifically, try giving it like a really gentle massage. Now, given the area that we're working with here, and that being like a lot of where your airways are, do be really gentle.
Yeah.
Really
She made a
gently.
point in terms of any manual massages she taught me. She said like, don't do too much pressure.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. So manual massages are going to help, but be gentle. For that area specifically, I can't think of anything to do with your vocal tract, because I'm not hearing the strain, which tells us that it's not, excuse me.
That was a big thing that was actually stumping her, in fact. She was like, even though you're saying your throat is very tight, it does not come through in my voice at all.
So what that tells us is it's not one of your vocal things that is doing the straining. Something else is doing the straining.
Okay.
And you just have like something is straining.
Am I just
you
like
have some
maybe
association?
am I maybe using the wrong muscles to get to this right pitch? I know I haven't done any fem voice, but I'm
Yeah,
again
it's
trying
kind
to
of
rest
like
this.
how so something that I had when I was raising my larynx is the back of my neck was tensing up. Now the back of your neck has nothing to do with your voice at all. Like it is a completely unrelated muscle. It's a muscle that allows you to do that. Okay, that's the muscle that was tensing up, the one that lets you nod. Okay, it was just a
Okay.
random association that I built for no particular reason, but it was happening every time. So what I had to do was like gently do that as I was doing the practice to try and dissociate those behaviors. So what we need to figure out is essentially where exactly is or what exactly is tensing. Can we move the thing? If not, can you focus on it and just intentionally try to relax it? If not, Can we massage it a bit and help relax it? All of those things are going to be things that we'd be looking towards.
Okay.
Another thing we can try, and I do not want you doing this much because it might do a little bit of damage, but we can do it a little bit and then lay off and take a break. Can you do more of the thing?
More of it? Yes. That was something that we talked about. I see your ping, Beth. I'll check in with that in a second. One of the things that we were talking about is that like a little bit of tension is good because at the end of the day, it is a muscle. And so while you shouldn't overdo it, if I just feel like a little bit afterwards, that's fine, right? You have to work out a muscle.
Sure. I mean, I'm not really too bothered about that side of things. I'm more meaning, can you do more of it intentionally? Because if you can do more of something, you can do less of something. Because you more is you control. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Like if I go harder doing it and know that's getting worse, then I know I'm doing something wrong, and therefore I can back up away from it. Yeah, I could try that.
It's like we're trying to isolate the specific thing so we can then do less of it.
Yeah. Okay.
It a go.
Give me a second.
Take your time.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Excuse me. Ship, shop, shipment, shill, shim, etc.
And was that you having more of the thing?
That is actually in a range where I could like be comfortable. If I try to push it higher, pitch wise, which is where I want it to be at, it starts to get more strained. That would be more like 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, now I'm just barely starting to get to it. If I keep talking like that, like in one of our sessions, that's where I get the strain building up, and like even after I stop, like right now, that tension is like struggling to get relaxed again. I'm struggling to lose that tension.
Would it be okay if I heard, and tell me if you're starting to experience pain, because we'll stop at that point. Can I hear, like, I want you to, like, dial it the fuck up. Like, I want strain, okay?
Sure.
Like, this specific strain. I want you to dial it the fuck up.
Okay, give me a second. One, 2, 3. Excuse me. Shadow the Hedgehog is a bitch-ass motherfucker. He pissed on my goddamn wife. Excuse me. 1, 2, 3. Like I said, can't really do extended phrases, so I just make up whatever I want. At this point of talking, yeah, it's starting to get pretty strained.
Okay. Yeah, so I'm not hearing any audible difference there. So what I want you to do is, and this has to be something that you practice infrequently. Well, pause. Does this hurt?
No, it's like I said, it's a tightness, like the
tightness. It's not a pain. Okay, that's
like it's like if like you flex your bicep, and then like when I'm done speaking, it like takes a moment to like kind of release, you know.
Yeah, that's good. That means we have a bit more freedom in terms of you being allowed to practice it more.
Okay.
What I want you to do, because we are not actually doing damage. Like if it was something that does damage, I would be like, well, you can practice fixing this, but only for like a minute at a time because you're doing damage. So what I want you to practice is gaining control of this. The way we're going to gain control is you're going to do as much of it as you can and then as little of it as you can and move between the two, because what I'm hoping is as we build that, you're going to be able to go further and further apart until that point where it's as little as you can is just none. Does that make sense?
Okay, yeah. There is, with that, something that I'm a little concerned about where how I'm getting to my voice is unproductive. Like, I'm getting there, but by using, like you mentioned earlier in the presentation where you were talking about, like, your brain wants to shotgun and activate a bunch of different muscles. And so I'm worried that, like, going backwards in progress by continuing to do it, because I feel like maybe I am able to get up there, but the cause of this is specifically me using the muscles.
And it might be that you do go backwards in progress a little bit, but what we're going to do is as you get better at removing that, you're then going to do your practice, do the drills, while keeping things without the strain. And if you need to, you could do layering of drills. So we do our, let's say it's larynx height, we do our larynx height drill, okay, our big cheese, small cheese. We do our removing of tension drill, and then we talk. And then if we feel tension coming back in, we redo our tension drill. If we feel the larynx lowering, we redo the larynx drill. And so as we go through our practice, we have those two things that we're modifying. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yes.
Good.
All right.
Another thing I wanted to add, totally relevant to what you've been saying, but I've just noticed it. In your practice, and this... Okay. We'll just go for it. In your practice, I notice that it sounds like you're doing pre-rehearsed lines. Is that correct?
Yeah, these are just ones that I personally found were really convenient. She never recommended them any for me. It was just like, this is a great way for me to warm up. I feel comfortable doing it. It feels nice to be able to say 1, 2, 3, and it's like, damn, that sounds good. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Okay, that's fine. Just what I want for your practice, and like for the practice I've been talking about here, I would like just talking, not
just
specific
talking.
Words.
Okay.
That's always going to be the best way for you to practice, because like you can be great at counting, but that's not always going to translate over to other stuff. Because, like,
we've been.
Like, I don't want you to only be able to count. I want you to also be able to talk. You know?
Yeah. We've been trying to move over to phrases before the whole like strain thing got really bad, which again I think was a lot of that spicy food. Before that, it was mostly like practicing like sh words, f words, etc., to kind of get certain quirks of different words down. Because sometimes, for example, with my 1, 2, 3, I tend to like drop that last e in 3. So it's minor stuff like that, just to kind of get the random inflections right, and then piecing it together. But like I said, been interrupted, hadn't been able to practice last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I do see some voice teachers that basically train as like a sort of phonetic at a time, where we're doing like a sh sound, and now we're doing like a m sound, and we're going for and and e and o. In my opinion, it's best to just keep all of these things together.
Okay.
Because I don't want to, it's just faster to learn. Like we can do it that way, where we're going one at a time, but what you're learning to do there is you're learning them individualized. Whereas if you learn, like, if you're just learning through all of the sounds that you can make all at the same time, that's going to teach you to learn the skill itself, ignoring the sound that it is. Does that make sense? So like,
yeah.
Because otherwise we're going to have to get good at a, and then that's not going to translate to and then we're going to have to get good at a, and it's not going to translate to and then we're going to have to, it's going to take forever. You can do it, and people do. It will just take ages. But if we're just getting good at moving our larynx regardless of what other shit's doing, now we're getting good at the generalized skill, so it's going to apply to everything else much better. We're not having to specialize and then respecialize and then respecialize and then respecialize. We're becoming better at becoming that general speaker. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah. Yep. Mm-hmm.
That may conflate, or that may conflict with what your voice teacher says. I'll leave that up to you, what you decide with that.
Okay. Yeah. Totally.
Mm-hmm. Cool.
Yeah. That's been the main thing that I've been trying to practice random passages and all that.
Yeah. So I want talking. I don't want passages. Okay. Like I want talking off the head. So like a good one I recommend to people is like, just tell yourself about your day. What have you been up to today? Or like explain something to yourself out loud. You could explain the drill you're doing out loud, but no pre-rehearsed things, no reading, no whatever. Because like all of those things, one, again, where you're making yourself specialize more by having those same things you're going to all the time. And two, you'll notice reading voice is a thing. Like people talk different when they're reading. So because of that, you're going to be feminizing your reading voice, not your voice. And I assume you don't want to sound like you're reading when you're talking to people. Yeah, so just try just talking. And it can be about literally anything. But good ones seem to be like telling yourself about your day, or telling yourself your plans for the day, depending on the time, just because it doesn't require that much thinking, because you just have to remember what happened that day. But truly, it could be about anything. Does that make sense?
All right. Yeah. All right. Totally. I'll definitely practice with that for
yeah,
sure.
100%. Good luck with it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're super, super welcome. All right, who would like to go next? Speak next to go next.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hello, how can I help you?
I just wanted to ask about some, if I could get some general feedback on my voice, because I've been voice training for a while, and I'm not really sure where to go from here. I just want a feminine voice, that's about it.
Well, how do you feel about your voice?
I feel like I've made a lot of progress, but I'm not really sure if it passes as like a cis girl voice yet. I'm a bit happy with it, but I feel like there's something lacking, and I'm not sure what that is.
Okay, let's talk about this as a topic for a bit. So, I can't tell you if your voice sounds feminine enough. I can't tell you if it passes enough, because all of those things are up to you. Like, it's not... It's up to you. It's like, how feminine is feminine enough? Well, like that depends on the person. Everybody's going to have a different answer to that, so I can't really tell you the answer to that, because it might not be your answer to that. You kind of have to decide that on yourself. We can talk more about specifics. So, in my opinion, when we're doing voice stuff, especially gendered voice stuff, using like the word feminine or the word masculine is only going to make things more difficult. Instead, go for, where's my larynx at? Do I have a raised larynx? Is it raised enough? Yes or no? Where's my quotient at? Do I have an open enough quotient? Or do I have a light enough perceptual vocal weight? Yes or no? This gives us much more specific stuff to work on. So rather than, is it fem enough? Like, that's too vague. Is it an open enough quotient? Is it a raised enough larynx? These are the sorts of questions we want to be asking. So, what do you think about, we'll just go picking one at random. What do you think about your larynx height? How does that sound to you?
To me it sounds okay. I think that's the one I'm most confident about.
Okay, cool. What about your quotient? How does that sound to you?
I'm not really sure about that one. I think it's okay, or like pretty good,
Okay.
in my own standards. But
That
I'm not
sounds
really
pretty
the
good.
best.
Your
I'm not really the
standards are
best
the ones
judge
that are
of it.
relevant here.
So I feel like I'm doing good in both of those regards.
Cool. I think I'd agree with that. So those are going to be like the main things in terms of the gendering of your voice. In terms of like some customization things, how do you feel about like, is a pitch in a place that you like?
I'm still kind of experimenting with pitch. I think it's
Okay.
in an okay place because it doesn't really matter that much to me.
Fair enough. Yeah, it can just not matter. That's totally fine. Any of the
Yeah.
other customization stuff that we've talked about earlier?
I'm not really interested in any of them. I just kind of want to keep it simple to like
Yeah, super fine.
change my default voice and not add too much onto it.
So it sounds like if we look at each individual element you seem pretty happy with. So the conclusion I would reach to that is maybe we're good. Maybe this is it. What do you think?
Well, I guess I could say I'm happy with my voice, and I know the term passing is like very vague and different to a lot of people. I just want to have it in a way that like where my voice would sound girly to people that are like not specifically, I don't know, affiliated with queer people, but just
Yeah,
for
sure.
example, I could go outside and some people, like the average person, would recognize my voice as like, oh, that's a girl. That's at least my term of passing. and I
Yeah,
just want to
sure.
get
I
to
mean,
that point.
the problem is like that's going to be so dependent on who you're talking to and like the situation. You know, like even with myself, like I will get she heard by some people and I'll get he himmed by other people. Like because there's a lot more going on to passing than just your voice. Like the person sees you and that's going to affect things. And the way they hear your voice will change. Like their brain will twist it a bit to more in like align with what they're seeing. So if you look super femme, but you sound a bit androgynous, you're going to get she heard consistently, and people will say you sound perfectly feminine, even though actually you sound androgynous. Same the other way around, which is why I don't get consistently she heard, because I am pretty early in my transition in terms of like hormones and stuff. So like, yeah, it's just super, super difficult to measure things on this level. We're way too abstracted out to be able to really like analyze things well. Which is why I'm suggesting like bring things into a much narrower focus so that we now have like specific things that we could think about, like larynx height, like quotient, and now we can start thinking about actionable things. Does that make sense? I know this isn't the answer you want to hear.
It makes sense, yeah. And then going back to what you said earlier, I mean, I guess if I put the entire passing thing aside, I would say I'm pretty happy with my voice,
Okay.
especially with the progress I made.
Yeah, I was so not to like completely like fob you off sort of thing. Like have a little explore
yeah.
with the different elements of voice. Like go through this workshop again and play with each individual element and like have a little hunt around. Is there anything? Because maybe there is something that is like something you're not happy with, and we just don't know what it is yet. So have play with like making things more masculine, making things more feminine across the different like lenses. So like a more closed quotient, a more open quotient, a lower larynx, a higher larynx. Play it all in between. Play around with those different things and have a real good explore and see if you can find anything see if you can find anything where you're like, oh, when I increase this knob, oh, I don't like that. And so now you know the knob that you need to play with. Does that make sense?
It does, yeah. I have been kind of doing that, specifically with pitch, because I think I'm happy with my vocal weight and resonance. I've been using like apps and stuff, and I've been experimenting how I sound with different pitches.
Yeah,
And
sure.
I've noticed that sometimes I like it more when it's lower, and I've just been trying to apply that to my default voice.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Some people much prefer. I prefer my voice being a lower pitch. That's why it is a lower pitch. Yeah, 100% play around with that pitch and see where you like it to be. And like this is again where we get back to like what is and is not more feminine. Like I hear a lot of people say that they feel like things sound more feminine at a lower pitch. Obviously, that's not actually true, and there's nothing objective there. It's just like to them that sounds more femme for whatever reason. For like, you know, they probably saw like a cartoon. They probably saw freaking what's she called, whatever bunny it is. What's that character called from Looney Tunes? I don't remember.
Lola, I think.
Yeah, they saw that person was like, oh, that's like they're pretty femme, goddamn. And they've built that association. It's like a thing that they've built as their understanding of the world. So like, yeah, different things you may find them feeling more feminine, even if they're not strictly speaking a femme thing. So like have a different play with stuff. Because ultimately this is a personal thing. Yeah.
I understand. I actually really like your view that stuff like this doesn't really matter, and it's just up to the person to like their voice.
Yeah, it's super
the
is.
most.
It super is.
I think I'll actually adopt it as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't really have any other questions. Thank you.
Yeah, no
Thank you
worries.
very
I
much.
think so. Your main problem is you're going to need to have a little explore, and I'm going to tentatively suggest consider if brainworms is the issue. Because for a lot of us, once we get to that late game of voice training where things are getting to a pretty good point with all the individual elements. But when we put everything together, we're just like, but is it femme enough? Consider if brainworms are like dysforing and you're like infinitely chasing more and more femme, even though that doesn't really exist. Does that make sense?
It does, yeah. I mean, I guess that could be the problem. The way I've been going about it personally, I've been joining some calls on Discord with random people, and I have been asking them what they think. And obviously it varies, but usually I get the answer that like, oh no, you sound amazing, or you sound like a girl, and I guess I just don't really take that to heart often out of self-doubt, but I think
This
that
is a
might just
good
be the
sign of
problem.
brainworms. If the whole world is telling you one thing and you're like, yeah, but the whole world is wrong, that's usually a sign of some brainworms.
Yeah, I think I might just be doubting myself too much. I'll definitely look into that and just let myself breathe a little more.
Yeah, definitely do that. Definitely do that.
But that was really insightful. Thank you.
Yeah, you're super welcome.
I don't really have any other questions.
Yeah, no worries. I know all of this is like, it's hard to be actionable. And to some extent, there might be some element of just like being willing to accept that things do sound feminine, which is obviously really difficult. Best I can suggest is just having play with your voice and being open to the idea of it being feminine.
Well, I'll definitely do that. Thank you. Thank you a lot for your time
Yeah,
and
no worries.
for
Absolutely.
this workshop.
Yeah, no, you're super welcome. You're super welcome.
And yeah, have a good night.
Yeah, and yourself. Fab. All right. Who would like to go next? Speak next to go next. Or is that everyone? I see text. Oh, hello. There's a voice.
Hello.
Hello. How can I help you?
I've been trying to voice train for like 1 week or so, but every time I try, my throat just gets sore. And I guess I'm doing something wrong somewhere, but I just don't know where.
Okay. There are a lot of potential things that could be related to that. First of all, in your ordinary life, how much talking do you actually do, like day to day?
Normal amount, I don't know.
Like less than an hour? More than an hour?
I'm sorry, I really don't have any idea about that.
Okay. So one potential thing is if you're someone who speaks very little during the day, like less than an hour a day, you could be a vocal underdoer. That would cause you to get tired quicker, which could be what you're experiencing. Might not be though. How much do you drink roughly through a day? Like what?
Really not much.
Okay,
like
that
just
could be a thing.
trying the softies for like 2 minutes or so.
So drinking can definitely be a thing that could be causing it. You should try to drink about 2 to 2.5 liters a day of water, not pop. Like Coke is probably going to dehydrate you more than it hydrates you. Coffee the same.
I've been drinking more water too.
Good. So that could be part of it. It could also be that when straining something, when you say you're feeling this, do you have an idea of where specifically?
I'm not sure. It's really just a basic throat pain when like you get sick. But not that much.
Okay. Let me think about that for a second.
Maybe after screaming or so you can like.
Okay, good to know. Okay, that narrows it down a little bit. Is this something that happens after specific sounds? Or is this something that happens after talking for a bit? Or is this something that happens after training something specific for a bit?
I don't know if it's like the thing with the quotient or the softies, but that's after when I start to feel it.
Okay. Okay. Have a think about, like, pay attention over the next week or so, pay attention to how much talking you actually do. Like, how much do you produce sound? Because the things you're saying do line up with if you're a vocal learns doer. But obviously, if you talk
I do
4 hours a day, then that
speak quite normal amount. Like, I don't think I underspeak. Like,
okay.
Yeah.
Hydration could definitely be a thing here. We could have some false vocal fold strain. So do you remember when I had the person going like with a heavy weight? Were you there for that?
I don't think so. At least when I try to strain, it doesn't make the same feeling, I guess.
So imagine you're lifting something really heavy. Oh, you're saying you did that and it produced a different feeling. Sorry.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah. So we know it's not that then. That rules that out. Let me grab a quick drink. I'm leaning towards it being the hydration thing. That's where like I'm heavily leaning right now. So try to like up the amount you're drinking. Really make sure you're getting 2.5 liters every single day.
That's difficult. That's difficult to think about drinking enough or like.
Yeah, what can help is buy a 2 liter or a 2.5 liter bottle, and then you just know you need to drink the whole thing every day. This one I quite like because it has times on it. Obviously, I've filled this up before the workshop, so ignore like that it's at the wrong time right now. But it can be a little reminder, like, you know, let's say it's 1 o'clock, but your water level is at 9 o'clock. You got to do some drinking. So that can be like a nice little reminder for you.
Okay.
Yeah, try getting one of those bottles. And see if you can find one that has times on it. That'll help. You want a 2 liter bottle or a 2 liter bottle or a 2.5 liter bottle. I think that'll help you.
And another question is, I still haven't really good understood what quotient is.
What quotient is? Yeah. So quotient, in terms of the sound being produced, is that buzziness. Okay. So if I was to go back to my original unmodified voice, right now you can hear there's some buzziness to it. Whereas right now I've removed that buzziness. Okay. So this is the open quotient. Yeah. This is the closed quotient. Okay. If I was to bring things back over here, this is the open quotient. This is the closed quotient. Okay. This has a little buzziness to it. This doesn't have any of that buzziness to it. That's what we're talking about. Yeah. You might in some other spaces hear it referred to as perceptual vocal weight or just weight. They're talking about the same thing.
Okay.
Cool. And they might use like light and heavy.
So if I'm leading to a more masculine voice, it's closed or open quotient?
Closed. So you want a closed quotient if you're trying to masculize. So do the drill we did earlier where we're going to go really low in our pitch, so low that our voice goes weird. Okay? That's going to be like grave extension. So and we'll find in there that buzziness and we drag that buzziness back up to our normal pitch. 1, 2, 3, 4. So now I have that really, really close quotient going on. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah, it does. Thank you.
Cool. That particular drill is quite difficult, so it's going to take a lot of practice. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, masculizers have a harder time with quotient because it's quite a difficult drill. Okay, cool. All right, who is next? Who'd like to go next? I'm just quickly looking through people's messages. Yes, Jessica Rabbit is who I was thinking of. Thank you. Oh, no worries, Limp Cactus. Thank you for coming. Okay, yes. Would anybody else like some help with their voice? Speak next to go next.
I think I could go next, but it seems like Talia has a question that they want to ask first, so but they can't speak.
Sure. I mean,
Trans
Talia
voice.
Talia can write their question, and that's totally fine. Oh, did I totally miss a question? I'm so sorry. Can't speak because throat is shot from infection, but is mimicry the only way to move from a more flat intonation pattern? Mimicry is how you know what intonation pattern to go for. So the actual practicing of the intonation pattern is then going to be like, what is it that you're wanting to do? Are you wanting more pitch variation, for example? You just do more pitch variation and you just practice doing that over and over again. So the mimicry thing, it's not about mimicking, it's more about like auditing other people and listening. What do they have? What do you want to take? Okay. So if you found that the people in your area, the femme voices in your area have more pitch variation and you want to emulate that, then start adding more pitch variation. A good one to help people with pitch variation, if that's something that you're wanting, is imagine that you are a nursery teacher and you're telling a story, okay? Because it will help you slow down your speech a bit, which will help you with like analyzing. But also it will encourage you to have more pitch variation, because if you're like a nursery teacher or kindergarten teacher, they're going to be talking like this kind of a thing. Once upon a time in a land far, far away, there was a magical something, and all of this pitch variation is going to be moving up and down. Okay, so you can play around with that and then try to bring that into your normal talking. Another thing we can do is like magic wand, okay? Just follow the pitch, okay? We're going down and then we're going up and we're going down and we're going up and we're going down. Yeah, so we can play around with that. A magical Discord called Trans Network. Hells yeah. Yeah, Sophia, you can go after Sakura Sunset, guys. Cool, okay. Sunset, how can I help you?
I guess the very first thing is that, I haven't really been voice training for long at all, and I've definitely in the past never done any proper voice training.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess despite you, like the fact that sort of a lot of these things are subjective, that in the end we're kind of trying to find what we want our voice to be. Mm-hmm. With obviously the aim that I'm trying to make my voice sound more feminine. Like what would be the critical aspects, do you think, to focus on?
So
for
the critical
me?
thing,
Like,
it would just be the critical things
Mhm.
of voice feminization that I've gone over earlier. So like a more open quotient, a more raised larynx. Those are going to be the core things that you should be thinking about. Everything else
Right.
is like the 5%. The 95% is those two aspects. Those are like the most strongly gendered things. Those things are our two static things. They don't change. Like my larynx isn't
Right.
going up and down right now. It just stays high. My quotient doesn't change. It just sounds like you don't hear buzziness coming into my voice. It just stays the same. And because they're the static things, they're what we've culturally like designated as most gendered. And because they are pretty closely mapped to anatomy, like yes, we can behaviorally change them. Hence, we're able to do a changing of our gendering. Like we've landed where we've landed because of our anatomy. It's like it's pushed us in that direction, and that's why like everyone in the world is pretty much these things are going to be the same for everyone, like that 95% stuff.
Right.
So that's where I would say focus most of your attention.
Okay, can you just repeat the exact things again?
Yeah, so
You
it's
said
going
it
to
was
be it's the two segments that we had in the workshop. If you need to rewatch it,
Yeah.
you can rewatch it in the VOD. The perceptual vocal weight / glottal quotient, okay, and larynx height /
Thank you.
resonance / size.
Yeah.
Those are the different terms used for that. Those are
Yeah.
going to be your two things that you should make
Okay.
most of your focus on.
Yeah, and I guess sort of as a follow-up question as well, coming to voice training as a general topic as a beginner, it can feel very kind of overwhelming and a little discouraging at times, and especially like we've got various guides and various people saying, oh yeah, this is a good way to do it, and then other people saying, no, that person is wrong and this is bad, and sort of looking at all this and not being quite sure how to go about things. I guess sort of what I'm trying to ask, that's a bit of a tangent, is how do you sort of retain the motivation and will to sort of try and push through that?
It's difficult, especially because we do have an issue of trans voice care being like the quality is really low, and that really sucks. It's really inconsistent, and that can be demotivating. Also, I notice you're in the trans voice server, and there is a bit more conflict that happens in that server. I'll put it that way. You might have noticed. And it's a bummer. I don't really have a solution to, like, obviously I think the way I teach is the better way to teach. Because otherwise I would have changed it. I would say if the person that is teaching you understands the underlying anatomy, and like if they can answer the question of why, that's a green flag, and that's something you should look for. So like let's say we're using resonance terms. Why does my voice need to be brighter? Why is that more feminine? What is happening? What are the underlying mechanics here? You don't need to know that as a student, but your teacher bloody well should know it. And if they don't know it, that's a red flag. Another thing is going to be like, can your teacher actually do it? Okay? If your teacher can't do a voice kind of like what I'm doing right now, where it sounds a bit more feminine, and if they can't do a voice like this, or it sounds a bit more masculine, like if they can't do both, that's a big red flag. Like, why can't they implement their own teachings?
Right.
Yeah, I mean, this is why early in the workshop I went over some of the vocal anatomy stuff and gave the audience like some understanding of how all this works, so that if you go to another teacher, even if it's not me, that's totally fine. If you go to another teacher, now you have the knowledge to be able to vet them a little bit. So yeah, I mean, it sucks. You just have to vet them a little bit. It be what it be. In terms of vetting people, like, I'm always happy to give you any information you need to help you vet. If you're like, oh, my voice teacher said this, and I'm like, not quite sure. Like, do you think this sounds reasonable or not? I'm happy to let you know. In terms of just generally staying motivated, like, part of it's going to be like treating this as some fun exploration. Try to avoid gendered terms. Like, don't worry about, yes, there are things that we do for feminization, but don't think of you having a fem quotient. Think of you as having an open quotient. Keep things like really surgical and really clinical and clean. None of this gendered stuff, and just specifically the thing we're doing. Because then you're not going to stress as much about the gendering of it. Does that make sense? It just makes this forum be a bit more put aside.
Right.
Because we're just doing the this voice, not the gendered voice.
I guess you could almost, and forgive me, I don't want to try and put words in your mouth, but you sort of viewing it as almost like learning to manipulate your voice at will, kind of, rather than trying to necessarily target a specific
Yeah, that's
thing.
exactly correct.
Because once you learn to manipulate it, you can then move on to do a specific, yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly
All right,
correct.
thank you.
That's exactly
Thank you
correct.
for answering my questions. I
Yeah,
appreciate
you're
it.
super welcome. I guess the best thing for motivation is find a community that you vibe well with. If everybody's having fun together, it will make you more motivated. So find a community that you jive well with, and that you enjoy hanging out in. I'll offer mine as a submission for that, but obviously, have a play around with a bunch of communities. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, you're super welcome. Okay, I noticed Sophia wanted an opportunity. Would you like to go, Sophia? I can sit in, but I won't be able to talk much. I'm at work. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Don't worry. I mean, if you can, like, by all means, I'm happy to give you some feedback. But there's no pressure if not. I've just scrolled a bunch. Oh, for the people that do join my server, there is a hangout ping. Like if you're wanting to hang out with people and practice together, make sure you get the hangout role when you do the server onboarding. And then people can ping at hangout so they can like help each other stuff. And like practice together.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. So I'm not sure what I'm looking for. Feedback or review, I guess.
I'd need something a little bit more specific.
Well, I've only been practicing or exercising my voice for like 5 days, so I'm not sure what I would ask for.
Okay, so like I said at the start of a workshop, if you're brand new, I would say just focus on softies for now. They're not going to edit your voice at all, but they'll teach you some good vocal habits so you can stay safe when you go into actual voice stuff. So start off on your softies. Once you've done your week of those and you've built those habits, once you've built those habits, then move on to your perceptual vocal weight or quotient, and start getting good with that. It's going to be my advice there. Just as like the general beginner advice. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, cool. Do you have any questions about that?
I don't know.
No, it's totally fine. If you missed that bit of a workshop, the VOD will be staying online. So youtube.com/@ well, my brain just exploded. youtube.com/@trans_network. If you go to the VODs, go to the like most recent VOD or whatever, and like find the bit where we go over softies. That's going to help you. Also, like if you missed the beginning of the workshop, I do recommend watching the like theory bit at the beginning of how your voice functions, because it can give you some context to all of this and make it a bit easier to understand like what's happening and why it's happening. Yeah, that could be useful to you. Cool. Well, thank you so much for coming and unmuting, Sophia. All right. Who would like to go next? Speak next to go next. Yeah, it might just be that we've gotten through everyone. but wanted to go. Cool. Well, in that case, thank you all so much for coming. I really appreciate it. Thank you all for coming. This has been a pretty good one. We've had a good turnout today. Welcome, Rainbow Library. Welcome, Diamond Server, to the club. We will be doing these workshops every single week at 7 p.m. GMT. I will do some timestamps on the days so that you can see that time in your time zone. But just look up what 7 p.m. GMT is for you. We do them every single Saturday. I turned 28 yesterday, so that's pretty cool. Happy day after my birthday for me. It's amazing how much you and Trans Network have grown since you first joined. Yeah, it's been pretty cool, right? Trans Network's been going since August last year. And yeah, we've come on a huge amount since then. Thank you guys. Yeah, 28 yesterday. It's pretty cool. And yeah, if you would like more of me and what I do, best place to go is going to be the Discord. If you click on the me that is currently hosting for you right now, whether that's Zaraz12, Zaraz13, Zaraz14, I have to use a different account for every single server. That's how I have all of you open at the same time. Yeah, if you want more of my teachings, if you want feedback from me outside of workshops, if you just want a cool place to hang out, I super recommend my server. It's where I'm at all the time. And yeah, that's all of our events are hosted there. We have makeup workshops that happen every month. This current month is cancelled because our makeup artist isn't available. So instead, I'm going to be doing our first D&D session. It's just like a little trial one I'm doing, because we're going to start doing D&D passive voice training over at the Ko-fi. Excuse me. Ko-fi is what funds all of this. Ko-fi and the lessons of me actually teaching people. So if you'd like to support this, if you've benefited from today and you want to support it, ko-fi.com/transnetwork. These workshops are fully funded by the people that sponsor over there. Huge thank you to anyone that does that. And a new addition that we're going to be doing is a monthly D&D session over there, so that people can practice their voice. We do have more services coming soon. There's a lot of plans in the works, like a lot of plans. So yeah, swing by the Discord, learn about all the new things that start coming when they start coming. I'm desperately trying to make some videos, so I'll eventually be able to upload some stuff onto the YouTube. So definitely subscribe over there, youtube.com/@trans_network. Make sure you subscribe over there to get updates on that stuff. I'm trying to build that a little bit. So if you want to help, then just like videos, share videos, comment with algorithm-y things, comment about, do some weird freaking ChatGPT style comment that talks about voice feminization, trans stuff, US tariffs, Mr. Beast, freaking the word AI itself. Have some crazy comments like that. They're gonna help with the algorithm. I know it's cringe, but it's how YouTube works. Yeah, all of those things are gonna help. So if you want to help the channel grow, then I really appreciate people doing that. Yeah, something like, I really appreciate how this video tells me about how Mr. Beast can feminize his voice. If only the US tariffs weren't so crazy, that way more people would be able to afford voice music. Do something really silly like that, and get all the viral words in. Because that legitimately helps the channel grow, because YouTube is weird. Yeah, I think that's everything I can think of. I know, genius, it is. We're going to be doing some fuckery over there to try and help things pop up a bit. Cool, I think that's everything. I think that's everything. If you want to support us financially, head to Ko-fi. If you'd like to participate in just everything we do, head to the Discord. If you want the videos, head to the YouTube. Fab. All right. We're going to first say goodbye to YouTube itself. Goodbye, YouTube. Thank you to the YouTube viewers that have come. We've had